Okay, everyone, just a reminder, the webinar is live and the YouTube stream is live. We will be beginning at 10 a.m. Just please change your titles on your Zoom screens. Okay, good morning, everyone. We are live. We are streaming. Ms. Matias, you may commence with the review session.
Good morning, this is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals.
Mr. Diaz, I think you're muted. We can't hear you.
So, sorry. Everyone is mic on, please? Mic on? Mike's turn on your mic, please. Good morning, this is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for May 6, 2024. Please be reminded, no public testimony. Is Sal joining?
Just call the day.
Yes?
Start over.
Good morning. I was gonna say it, but is he here?
No, just.
Good morning. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for May 6, 2024. There'll be no public testimony during the review session. Okay, are we stating he's?
Vice Chair Shabeta is currently absent, but intends to participate remotely. We will make a statement when he is present.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you for noticing. But he was scared. Okay, the first items up are adjournments. 2022-23 BZ 1520 East 56th Street, Brooklyn.
I just want to note that our lineup should correct the applicant's name. It's now Jerry
It's now Jerry Caliendo Associates, yeah.
Okay.
Item number 2, 2023-11 BZ 1008 Banner Avenue, Brooklyn.
I just want to make a statement. Though it is being adjourned, we did receive a lot of letters of disapproval from Community Board and letters of opposition from Brooklyn Borough President's Office, Borough President Reynoso, Councilmember Bernie Koff, and State Senator Scarcella Sponton.
Yeah.
I'd just like to state for the record, Vice Chair Shabeta is present.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Move on.
Yes, please.
Item number 3, 2023-63 BZ 4152 Ocean Avenue, Brooklyn. Postponements. Don't close the door too much because then I can't move it. Postponements, 13193 BZ 3743 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn. 2022-7 BZY, Volume 2, 3875 11th Street, Queens. Decision items. 175-10 BZ, Volume 3, 3400 Baychester Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay, this is an application for an extension of term for 10 years so I make a motion to approve this extension of term from the date of the last grant with condition that a new CO shall be obtained within 18 months of the time of this grant.
Date of last expiration.
It expired on 3/29/2021.
So date of last grant.
Expiration.
Sorry. Expiration, sorry.
Motion to approve.
Can we just clarify?
Let's see.
Wait.
Sorry, couldn't hear you, Council.
I just wanted to clarify the condition. Is it
10 years from the date of the last expiration of term.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion to approve. Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Aye. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. Oh. Sorry, the wrong spot. Item number 7, 30700 BZ, Volume 3, 41-02 Main Street, Queens.
This is an extension of time to complete construction, so make a motion to approve to obtain complete construction and obtain certificate of occupancy within 24 months from the date of this grant.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Aye. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon. Aye. Application's been granted. Item number 8, 40682 BZ, Volume 5, sorry, 2411 86th Street, Brooklyn.
So we received revised documents. Was everybody satisfied with the submission that was made?
Yes.
Okay, everybody's nodding in agreement. So this was for an extension of term for 5 years. So I make a motion to approve this extension of term for 5 years to expire on February 11, 2029. And there's no change to the prior conditions.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Hume.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 9, 2017-298 BZ, Volume 2, 14 White Street, Manhattan.
A motion to approve this extension of time for a period of 4 years to complete construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Hume.
Aye.
Application's been granted. Item number 10, 2022-44A, 638 East 11th Street, Manhattan.
Okay, so we received submissions from both the appellant and also from DOB. In the appellant's letter, the appellant states that the board somehow they overlooked the appellant submission from February 28. I would say that in its or 24, I think. Appellant in its most recent letters of 2024, it did make the statement, and at the 311 hearing, both the board and DOB made their independent statement regarding the handwritten note regarding Appendix G, its applicability in the 2014 audit sheet. And DOB stated that it did not have the record, and if the matter wasn't sure if the matter was addressed or resolved. And both board and DOB came to the same conclusion that regardless of the matter of Appendix G being discussed or not discussed to cure the violations associated with 2008 Certificate of Occupancy with DOB and Sky East, or the board, what was before the board then was to vest 2008 CO and bring the building in full compliance and cure all the objections and address the violations. So I just want to, I think it's been reiterated in many which ways, but I just want to tie in with the fact that the board did review all the documents that were provided, and this is how we arrived at I believe our board's position. I definitely came to that, and I believe the other board members did too. There is, this was a very convoluted history. There's a convoluted history to this site, and I would say the submissions that we have received specifically from DOB has provided a lot of clarity to the sequences to the applicability of these regulations. And the request for a formal change of use to residential use below design flood elevation was made by the appellant after the adoption of Local Law 96. And as stated by DOB per regulation, only BSA had the authority to vary Appendix G, and that the board did not have that subject matter jurisdiction to grant Appendix G back in 2018. So with that said, I want to make a motion. The motion is to approve the appeal, to deny the DOB's denial. How do you word it? I'm a little
The
confused.
appellant-
No.
To approve.
The appellant is,
Right,
Oh,
right. The motion is to,
No.
the appellant is asking us
to deny,
to approve his request.
No.
The respondent is DOB.
appellant is asking us to deny DOB's denial.
The appellant is seeking us to approve the appeal, which would reverse DOB's interpretation.
Yes.
Um,
So Madam Chair, the call is to approve, on a motion to approve.
So that's why I have it. Motion to approve the appeal.
I don't know where you were going with that. Okay.
Motion, no, I just like, to me, it's always like
Okay,
One leads to the negative, so I just
Okay.
in my mind, I'm reading that. So motion to approve the appeal.
Chair
And
Shonda,
based on the statement made earlier, I vote to deny the appeal.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
No.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
No.
Commissioner Sheta,
No.
Commissioner Yoon.
No.
Application has been denied.
Thank you.
Item number 11, 2023-69A, 25 Water Street, Manhattan.
Okay, so we just received the most recent up to date. There were just a couple of corrections that needed to be made to the drawings. The applicant made those changes. We also received a no objection letter from fire department and have all the necessary sign-offs. Just with regards to SECRA, there are just a couple of editorial corrections that the applicant needs to make, but substantively, it's all complete. So I therefore am going to suggest that we take that as that SECRA is complete. And with that, I make a motion to approve this waiver of MDL regulation with condition. And that is a composite window wall attenuation of no less than 33 dBA and an alternate means of ventilation, which may include central air conditioning, shall be provided for the portion of the building affected by the MDL waiver.
So the motion to approve,
Aye.
Chair Shonda.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been approved. Item number 12, 2019-264BZ, 3568 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, so we did receive all the sign-offs, SECRA sign-offs, and plans have been revised to reflect all the SECRA-related conditions. So I just want to bring to Commissioner's attention that BSA did review, DEP did review the noise analysis and no sound buffer is required for the second floor terrace area. So with that, I make a motion to approve the variance with the following conditions. First, I'll read out by each agency conditions. DEP air and noise conditions are: if fossil fuel is permitted to be used for HVAC system, shall use natural gas as the boiler. The boiler fuel stack must be at least 13 foot from the southern lot line facing Avenue W, and HVAC type shall comply with applicable laws and regulations as determined by DOB and other relevant agencies. Regarding noise, a window wall attenuation of 28 dBA shall be required for all facades of the proposed building, and alternate means of ventilation shall be provided. And the last one regarding noise is there shall be no noise amplification device on the second floor terrace or roof, and lighting shall not exceed the building code mandated minimum. Regarding hazmat, an E designation has been placed on this building, on the site. Regarding DOT condition, regarding the implementation of safety improvements, where the applicant shall work with New York City Transit to facilitate school pickup and drop-off activities, modify the curbside regulations to create no standing school days 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. parking signage, extending the existing no standing school day signage an additional 40 feet along the project site frontage and an additional 100 feet to the north beyond the applicant's property, for a total of 140 feet of additional no standing school day signage, replacing the existing 2-hour meter parking 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. signage. Restore the 10-foot curb cut in front of 3574 Nostrand Avenue to full height curb and sidewalk. The applicant will be responsible for all costs associated with design and installation of the proposed project-related improvements. The school should contact New York City DOT and submit the required form towards the end of construction and at least 6 months prior to the school opening to ensure appropriate signage installation along the school street frontage in time for school opening. New York City DOT will continue to participate in the review process related to propose a geometric reconfiguration, reconstruction of pedestrian ramps, drawings, And the applicant and DOB is required to submit builder's pavement plan and all the required drawings as per DOT specifications for DOT review and approval. So with that, motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. Item number 13, 2022-92 BZ, 950 West Fingerboard Road, Staten Island.
Okay. Though we have to defer it because we do not have all the sign-offs for SECRA, I do want to alert the applicant that we did receive the revised plans, and it is much improved with the landscaping that is being proposed as suggested by the as directed by the board, which is to convert the parking area that is abutting the residential homes along Fingerboard Road to a landscape area, and the applicant is calling it a green meadow. So it's a very good start and a lot of detail has been put in. However, the applicant does have to show in the plan a section of this green area, because I believe this is going to be above grade planting. So we need a section just to show how deep the landscaping area planting bed would be in order for these plants to sustain. And the applicant has submitted all the required notes as directed by the board. We also received a letter of objection from the Old Town Civic Association. And I would say from the concerns that have been raised in the letter, most of the comments have been responded to by the board, including areas designated for bike parking in the dormitory building and enlargement of the proposed use and furthermore, any enlargement of the proposed use in future will require amendment to the plan should the board consider approving this application. I would also suggest that the applicant share these revised set of drawings with the community board and the elected officials. Okay, but we have to defer this. Okay, because as I said, we do not have the SECRA sign off.
Special order calendar, continued hearing items, item number 14, 74965 BZ, 1820 Richmond Road, Staten Island.
Okay. So the applicant has made its submission in response to the comments that were raised back in October 2nd hearing. Applicant has submitted all the photos of the improvements that have been made. I was satisfied with the improvements that were made. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. On my site visit, I did notice exotic cars being parked on the sidewalk. Leads me to believe that these cars are for rent. I like that as the applicant.
So you did notice cars parked on the sidewalk, and these are cars for rent?
I assume
I didn't hear the last part.
I'm assuming these cars are for rent.
I see. Okay. So the applicant should, I mean, the fact of the matter is that there are cars on the sidewalk. That should not be, that is not permitted. And no rental activities of any vehicles is permitted on this site. So the applicant should clarify that. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta,
Nothing further from me. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Yoon.
The only comment I had is I thought we had asked for the kiosk at the gas pumps to be removed, but it's been cleaned up. And I could just have that wrong in my notes. But I thought the last thing we had instructed was for the kiosk to be removed, and they had agreed to remove it.
Because it was not being used as a kiosk, we at the initial hearing we had suggested that they remove it since it's really not being used. The applicant stated that they intend to use it and since then have cleaned up the kiosk.
Is that in submission? Because my notes from October state that they agreed to remove it and submit photos.
I see. Okay, so maybe the applicant can clarify it.
Just because it was used for storage before and they've cleaned out everything, but then what's to prevent them from using it the same way as soon as we're done?
True. But
Whether that poses a problem or not is something we could discuss, I suppose, but, I was just confused. It seemed contrary to what we had told them and what they said they were gonna do at the last hearing.
okay, all right,
So if they can explain.
okay.
Move on.
Yeah.
New cases, item number 15, 80579 BZ, 88 Pine Street, Manhattan. Second calling this?
No, we're not.
Okay.
Okay, so we did receive proof of initial filing and hearing notices, though proper notice was not done to DOB. But we will hold this initial hearing, and then the applicant must refer this application to DOB and send a hearing notice for the next scheduled hearing. We also received a community board disapproval from its land use committee, and the land use committee voted to disapprove. We do not have a full vote on this site. So from full vote on this applications from the community board, sorry. This is an application for an amendment for a variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 7221 to permit the addition of vestibules, increasing the non-compliancy with regards to floor area that was approved and the plaza. So the history of this project starts with special permits, and then in 1980, a variance was submitted for a conversion of a mechanical equipment space in the office, and that increased the floor area ratio. And in return, the board asked for improvements to the plaza. What I want the applicant to provide is the associated plan with the April 6, 1989 letter, because the 1989 letter seems to have modified the plaza seating. In 1980, the requirement was to provide 24 movable chairs, and 1989, there was an approval of the modification. We do not have that. I could not locate that plan set. So the applicant needs to provide that plan set because that affects the plaza and the seating. And I want to look at the entire plan as to what the board had approved back then. The applicant is proposing to amend the prior grant to allow for 2 vestibules in the plaza area along Water Street. And this is this would result in an enclosed space that would be located within the privately owned public space, also known as POPs. So the current entrance, there are 3 entrances with revolving doors and associated swing doors for ADA accessibility. And the proposed entrances would be replaced will replace these existing revolving doors with vestibules, 2 vestibules with sliding doors that will, so there will be a sliding door that would let you enter into this vestibule, and then another sliding door that will let you enter into the building lobby. And the applicant stating is that this is needed to make the entrance ADA accessible, because the current build, the way the current doorways, it is not very ADA accessible. And this also will bring the vestibule building in compliance with Energy Conservation Code section C402.5.7. So I want to say few things regarding the existing building. The drawing is not very clear regarding the existing swing doors on the plans. So the applicant needs to clarify that or add an arrow clarifying where that is. The existing revolving doors and swing doors are set back from the building facade into the building lobby. The drawings need to show what is that dimension of these revolving doors. And the applicant needs to clarify is what is the minimum threshold that would trigger the requirement for section C402.5.7, which is also known as the vestibule regulation. And what is requiring the replacement of the doors, Is the vestibule required even when replacing a door in an existing building? And also, is there a minimum vestibule size requirement? The three existing entrances that are set behind the building wall, my question is, why can't one be converted to a doorway that is complying with ADA? Keeping the same concept in place that is there today, where the entryway is set behind the building wall, why can't the proposed vestibule be located inside the building, in the lobby, that is, and what is preventing it? Again, as I stated, the applicant needs to dimension the existing area of the lobby, existing doorway enclosures. It is not clear from the submission if the plaza was required as part of any of the prior BSA grant under the special permit or the 1980 variance. And when I went on a site visit, I noticed that there were no removable seats in that existing southern plaza. I also did not see any of the pop signs associated with it. So with regards to the findings of 7221, I'll go straight to finding C, because A and B I don't think are much of a factor. Commissioner Otley Brown can confirm if B is a factor. I don't think it is. But with regards to the neighborhood character, this building is a 70s building design, and typically in these buildings, towers was set back from the street line, and the setback area either used as an extension of the sidewalk, or in cases where possible, they would provide visual amenities, passive areas, greenery, seating areas, etc. In this case, the passive activity area or seating area has been provided on the south side of the plaza, and the plaza area that is fronting in front of the building, it's really acting as an extension of the sidewalk. And so this case, it's providing a wider sidewalk, and it's providing that entrance. So this encroachment into the vestibule, while it may not be significant in terms of total square footage, it is taking away from an area that pedestrians do use to walk. And I did observe pedestrian walking by and using this extended sidewalk. The applicant also needs to provide a rendering of the Water Street looking north or south from the curbside that shows the volume of the vestibule extending into the plaza area in relation to the sidewalk. So I don't think D is an issue. In terms of the minimal, the applicant needs to provide more clarification for me to consider moving on this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further comment.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I looked at the statement and the plans, and I'm actually sympathetic with towards their need to accommodate people who are disabled. And so I really don't have any problem with this case. I looked through the 5 findings, and I don't feel that this is a revenue generating change. And so therefore, I don't think it disturbs either B or E. And I'm fine with its impact on the character as well.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. With the exception of the comments you raised, I'm fine with the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with you. I'm not convinced it's the minimum. I think that the proposal, while only occupying 277 square feet in a plan view, it will render the entire band of the plaza adjacent to the building where the vestibules encroach unusable for about 12 feet, because the way people, when I went to the site, the way people navigate across the plaza and walk across it as a widened sidewalk, if you put 12-foot deep boxes into that sidewalk, people will not be able to walk on that part of the plaza anymore. They might loiter in between in those interstitial spaces, but it does change the character of the plaza, which was an agreement in exchange for floor area back at the time of the approval.
Yeah.
So the lobby also, when I went inside it, seems to appear big enough to accommodate an ADA and Energy Conservation Code compliant vestibule, but that is totally speculative, that just based on seeing the space. I have no dimensions. And so some clarification from the applicant about why this could not be achieved within the confines of the current building. As the chair stated, the revolving doors are 3 revolving doors fully inset into the lobby as it stands now. So this proposal greatly increases the usable space inside the lobby, which is already quite big. So I'm currently agree with you, Chair, that this is not, it is not proven to me yet that this is a minimal request.
Okay. Thank you.
Hold on.
Yes, please.
Item number 16, 54086 BZ, Volume 3, 3211 Newton Avenue, Queens.
Okay, I think the address is, it's Newtown, not Newton.
Newtown, WN.
Yeah. So we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board has approved this application. This is an application for an extension of term for a commercial building, use group 6, which expired on 6/23/2022, an amendment of board's condition of terms and waiver of board's rules for a continued operation of the use on the subject site. This is a corner lot. It has had a Key Food at this site as long as I can remember, for a very long period of time, and it's still there. The lot area dimension is not consistent. The zoning analysis sheet, I think, is incorrect. And also the correct FAR calculation on the zoning chart needs to be corrected. As I said, I can confirm that use has been in operation at this site for a very long period of time, even as far from the time it expired, it still is active. We did not receive any proof of continuous use. I think the term expired on June 23, 2022. I'm okay with it, partly because I know it's been there. Applicant did provide a compliance chart and did provide photos of the interior site condition and along the rear and the side lot line. That needs to be provided. They did provide exterior photo, but I do want to look at the interior site condition, especially along the rear and the side lot line. There is an alleyway behind the parking lot. So I'm just a little curious as to what's happening along that property line. The applicant is not proposing any change to the plan, except is requesting an amendment to the special permit grant to remove the term of the year. So as I mentioned, with regards to the lighting plan, there is an alleyway to access the abutting lot number 6. And according to the lighting plan, lumen spreads across the alleyway to the abutting residential property. So the applicant, I'm not sure if that lumen spread is just based on the lumen analysis from the subject side. I don't recall if there is any other source of lighting along the alleyway, if that is causing the lumen spread onto the residential. Applicant should look into that and revise the lumen analysis. And if the lumen spread is being caused by the lumen, the lighting from the subject side, then applicant should provide shield to bring the lumen level down at the residential lot line. And the lighting plan should be part of the BSA plan set. It was submitted as a separate one. There are 3 active DOB violations, and 2 of them are work without permits, if the applicant can clarify. I was looking through Community Board's resolution, and the Community Board's resolution states that DOT required a signage for loading zone. So the applicant should indicate that on the plan. And this is the loading zone at the entrance of 33rd Street. I don't think it is there on the plan. So I do want to hear from the commissioners what their opinion is regarding waiving the term. I do not have a concern with it, but I do understand the based on the reading the resolution from the community board, there was some concern that if there is another new user, how do we ensure that they would be monitored? They would have to comply with all the conditions that the board has imposed over the years. And if there is any change or amendment that would require to this proposal or any of the conditions, then the applicant would, any new user or occupant of that space would have to come before the board to amend those. So based on that, I think they've been very good neighbors. I've always seen the site very clean. And so those are just my thoughts. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. I share your statement with regard to how with regard to waiving the term. I'm not sure if we'll have any way of knowing whether or not a new user, a new owner came onto the property. But if there is any problems, we'll always have the community and this is an active community. They more likely than not will let us know. So I'm leaning towards waiving the term.
Eliminating the term.
Yes. I have nothing further to add.
Or the other way of looking at it, extending the term to a 20-year or something like that. That could be another way. That gives a long time for somebody not to worry about and bringing it every 10 years or something, 20 or 25 years, something like that. The board has also considered that.
I think 20 years is a good middle ground.
Okay. So both are fine. Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I actually went on the internet and I saw a Google Street View photo from the side from September 2023 that shows it active. So there is actually a record on the internet showing continuous use. So they could just grab that and put that into the application. And as to the term, I don't have any issue with eliminating the term.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I start with the term. On the term, I hate to leave properties that are under our jurisdiction in the law. So I would say 20 to 25 years term would give them what they are looking for. They don't want to come to us very frequent. 10 years is kind of a tight term. So 20 to 25 would make it happen for them to get some breathe. On the lighting, the lumen spread, I do believe that light number 1, which is in the table, it says it's LED bulbs. I believe if they shield that one, that would take care of that 2.53, 1.898 values that are in exceedance with our rules. And I would suggest that they shield that light. Other than that, if you look at the lumen spread, it doesn't sound that they have any exceedances on the other side. So these are my 2 comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I wanted to quickly address your comments about the interior site photos and the alley, because I did go to the site. And so let me just share my screen so we're on the same page. Okay. So I'm showing the site plan and you were mentioning, so this is the building where the Key Foods is and what's happening. Okay. And then this is the employee parking lot back here where loading is supposed to happen. Yeah. You're talking about the alley back here?
Yes.
Oh, that I believe is outside of their property line, but
Yes. No, so that's why my question regarding the alleyway was more with the, I do not recall seeing any light fixtures, or I don't know how the alleyway is lit. I don't know if it's relying on the light spread from the parking lot of the subject site. Or if there is an additional light source for the alleyway, which is also causing a spill onto the abutting residential. So that's why I was asking that question, and I've only seen, yeah, and that photo is helpful because I can see what the interior condition of the fencing is, and I wanted to see if there was any graffiti on the fencing along the alleyway.
So I unfortunately didn't take photos of the alley. So I'm only showing interior photos of the employee parking lot, which I found to be, in good shape. The only place I did notice some graffiti is along, I guess this is Newtown Avenue. This is the
Yeah,
front
yeah.
facade of the building. So there is a little bit here on this western corner. So that just needs to be cleaned up. But otherwise, this whole side of the building is very clean, adjacent to this other driveway.
Mhm.
And then as far as the term, I was okay with having no term, but also, of course, a 20 to 25 year, I'm amenable to that as well.
And some of the graffiti you pointed out, this area has become an area of beautiful graffiti artwork. So, and this is a good example of some of the good artwork that has happened in that area. So if they can just extend that along the rest of the wall, that would address the graffiti part. Yeah. Go ahead,
Yeah, on
Commissioner.
the
Chedda.
lighting, I don't believe that the lighting presented to us is capturing any of the adjacent properties. The reason I'm saying that is this is a model, not an actual measurement plan. And in the model, usually you can plug in what you have information on, which is the existing lighting elements on their side.
Okay.
But if you don't have that, like that
I
data,
see.
that,
So there is spillage anyway from the
yeah,
side.
and I believe the spillage to the existing 2-story and 1-story in the back is coming from the light pool. It's actually minimal because the light pool is kind of cantilevering inside
Okay.
the parking lot. But on the one I was talking about is the one at the top, where it says light number 1 or light model number 1.
Mhm.
They have exceedance in the alleyway next by the multiple dwelling building. And it's 2.53, 1.98. And that's what I meant by if you shield that one,
That'll be adequate.
most likely it's gonna be okay.
Okay, great. Thank you for those very constructive suggestions. Okay,
Next one.
yes, please.
Item number 17, 1802 BZ, Volume 3, 8610 Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn.
We did receive proof of initial filings and hearing notices. Though don't have a community board vote on this application. This is an application for an extension of term for 10 years for an automotive laundry use group 16B use, which expired on 8/13/2022, and a waiver of the rules for a continued operation of the use at the subject site. Board had jurisdiction on this site since 1957, and the last extension that was granted expired on August 13, 2022. The applicant needs to provide a proof of continuous use, as I'm not very familiar with this site. The applicant is proposing to change the use to for a portion of the building to a conforming accessory store and waiting area, use group 6, and also is proposing to increase the number of accessory parking space up to 4. Currently, there are 3 parking spaces, and and no other changes are being proposed. The applicant has provided a compliance chart. But the applicant needs to provide interior site condition photos. I want to see what the fence types and the conditions of the fences are. No changes proposed to the hours of operation or to the signage. The applicant needs to indicate on the plan the lights and provide the lumens plan. Overall, I would say the site condition, I noticed graffiti on the wall based on Google Street Views. And there is a tent that is located outside the site along East 87th Street. I do not know if that's some other business operation or it's an extension of this. So if the applicant could clarify that, that would be helpful. But other than that, I did not have much, any other comments. I'm sorry. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. My comments were that I didn't find continuous use, so I'm asking the applicant to provide that, as I also noticed the graffiti and it seemed like some debris sparkled around the outside of the lot. So I asked them to ensure that that has been addressed. I have nothing further.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no other questions.
you are satisfied with the continuous use?
No, I said no other
Oh,
questions.
no other.
Like other
I'm
than
sorry.
what, I should have been more specific,
No,
other
no.
than the continuous use which they
Okay,
should provide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I have additional is that I wanted them to add a note regarding the drainage, our standard note, since this is the car laundry. So that's all what I have.
Okay. Yes, project manager, please to provide the standard note regarding drainage to the applicant. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I found the signage analysis and the signage schedule on the drawings to be inconsistent, quite jarringly so. I think it's also done incorrectly. You need to, I believe that the applicant knows how to do the signage per frontage, but right now it looks like it's just evenly divided by frontages, and that's not how it's calculated. Also, when you add up what's shown on the drawings as signage, it doesn't match up with either of them. So the signage analysis needs to be made accurate. And from what I understand, the statement states that the Quick Lube is turning into a store and waiting area. So if that's the case, shouldn't the signage also change and not say Quick Lube anymore?
Right.
But I think it's currently in excess of the 50 square feet of illuminated signage that's permitted on a single frontage. So the applicant please needs to reevaluate and come back with that consistent signage analysis.
Okay, excess of 50 square foot of illuminated.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, please. Sorry.
Appeals calendar, continued hearing items, 2022-43A, 638 East 11th Street, Manhattan.
Okay, we will postpone this application. New cases?
We're postponing it.
Yes. Okay.
New cases, item number 19, 2023-75 BZY, 1750 Eastchester Road, the Bronx.
We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. And from the notes, it's my understanding that the project manager has reached out to the community board. It seems the community board may not hold a hearing, but however, we'll wait to get that note from community board. This is an application for an extension of time to complete construction for a development containing an accessory parking, use group 6, and a hotel use group 5. From the statement provided and the applicable regulations, it is not clear why the project needs an extension of time. Wouldn't zoning resolution section 32-02 D1 allow for continued construction since the foundation is built? Per zoning resolution section 32-02 D1, you have till December 9, 2027 to obtain a temporary or a final certificate of occupancy. Since zoning resolution 11-331A does not apply since foundation has been built and garage is operational from cellar to 5th floor, and then that takes us to zoning resolution section 11-332. I'm not sure 11-332 is applicable, so I would like that clarification to be made. It's the basic starting point on this. And other than that, the applicant did, assuming 11-332 does apply, the applicant did go through the analysis of the findings with regards to substantial construction and substantial expenditure. As you know, this subject building is a parking garage and it is partially complete with a partial CO, which I believe is a TCO, and for the lower floors, cellar through 5th floor. And the foundation for the parking structure will be used for the additional 5-story hotel building per a DOB approved plan, which was approved before the enactment of, or adoption, sorry, of the text amendment that requires a special permit for any hotel development or enlargement in the subject zoning district. So based on the substantial construction statement, the applicant states that 62% of the parking structure is complete. And though a partial CO was obtained on November 2021 for the lower floors of the parking garage, similar to 5th floor, the garage is fully operational, and it's only the remaining structure that needs to be built. And with regards to the substantial expenditure, the applicant has provided all the documents stating that expense has been made in developing this structure and maintaining and the structure, meaning the garage structure. And they have provided expense sheet and these show that the expenses were made prior to the effective date of the amendment. But I have a basic threshold question. Does it even need to be before us? So the applicant can clarify that, but meanwhile, we can go through the discussions of the findings associated with 11-332, should that be needed. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. So, should it be needed, through 11-33-2, I do believe that they did make it a case for it, but I do appreciate your threshold question, and I wait to hear back from the applicant.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I believe that they made the findings of substantial work completed and substantial expenditures made. My only question, and it's just my curiosity, is that their most recent check is for 2017. So it's clear this portion of the project has stalled. When will they restart it? That's my question.
So that's a quite interesting thing. Well, how would we consider to be?
Financing.
So they did make the expenditure. The garage was operational. And I think that's why they keep referring to it as a partial CO. The partial CO may be for the phased development, is they're calling it a partial CO. But they filed the plans for the hotel in August of 2021. So the hotel is what is triggering this 11-332.
I know.
And so why would we call it stalled since 2017?
Because you have two.
I'm just saying the last check is 2017. I'm not saying stalled as in we shouldn't approve it. I'm just curious.
Oh,
Like, no work has been done, period. There's no payment since 2017. So the question is, yes, they may have filed the permits for a hotel, and that's fine. I'm just curious, when
Okay.
are they planning on beginning it?
5 years.
You know, that's
Okay.
all.
okay. No, I was just trying to connect the dots. I guess.
I said not
shouldn't
to
have.
the findings, just my curiosity.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Fair enough. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I do believe that they met the findings. However, I do have a concern as an engineer, sorry. But they are talking about a five-story building that all of a sudden they decided to make a 10-story building. Foundation were done. So hopefully DOB did look at the foundation and told them that, oh, the foundations maybe are not sufficient to support the 10-story building. And that's why they needed to add some additional foundation elements. And maybe that's why the DOB considered that the existing foundations are not done. And maybe that's why they are before us, the way they are before us now. Or if they haven't touched the foundation for the 5-story building, maybe they were smart enough from the beginning and they accounted for the 10-story guy. That's gonna be like change it to. If neither scenario happened, I would be like curious to know how a foundation that we're designed to withstand the 5-story building would be utilized to support the 10-story building. That's a concern for me. And I'm not saying, I started with saying that I believe they did like meet the findings, but that's just heads up to make sure that they account for it. But it's kind of weird that somebody decided to double the size of the building and use the same kind of foundation, unless from the beginning he knew that he's going to do that. And he accounted for 10-story instead of 5.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also am confused on the threshold question, but I wanted to respond to what you said, Chair, because you were stating that aren't they, as of right, allowed to continue construction under 3202 D1? But they talk about not being eligible for that optional vesting because they didn't file prior to May 12th of that year. So because they filed the application for the hotel in, I think it was August, that doesn't apply to them because it requires that the application was filed in May. So, and then they say that in the statement of facts. So then they go to 11332, but I am curious why they're not referring to 11331 when they posit in their statement of facts that the foundation for the subject building is complete, as there is an existing structure for which DOB has issued a partial CO. Without the foundation, no CO would be issued. So you're positing that the foundation is complete. Why doesn't 11331 apply, which would give you an as of right permission to continue construction?
Okay, so in 32-02D, after 1, 2, and 3 subsections, it says, in the event that a temporary or a final CO has not been issued by December 9, 2027, the building permit shall automatically lapse and the right to continue shall be terminated. And then it goes into all the things specific to theater district. And it says an application to renew the building permit may be made to BSA and appeals no more than 30 days after the lapse of such a building permit. So there it says issued by December 9, 2027. So that's where I'm picking up the December 9, 2027. In the event that a TCO or final CO has not been issued by December 9, 2027, building permit shall lapse. Then the applicant can go to BSA within 30 days of that lapse to seek. So it seems they have time. That's why I'm asking that question. That's how I'm reading it, and I could be wrong. But this is for the applicant to clarify.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I thought, and in their statement, they say that this section doesn't apply to them because they don't meet any of the conditions for in which the provisions would apply under 1, 2, and 3. But yes, the applicant can clarify because they decide in their statement that this doesn't work for them, so they have to go on to 11332. But I'm asking why they don't stop at 11331.
I think reading your take on it, I think in that also there is a question is 11332 says in the event that the construction permitted in section 11331, which is right to construct if foundation is complete. We do know the foundation is complete, and that goes to Commissioner Shetta's question of is it really complete for the 10-story building?
Yeah.
And it has not been completed, then in this case, if the statement, way the statement is written, it seems that the foundation is complete because they're going to use the foundation.
The way they're writing it, it sounds, it's confusing and we don't understand why you're here. So please explain.
So for the board, the right to continue construction under 11331 is absolute, constrained by 11332, which states that in the event that the right to construct under 11331 has not been completed and a CO or TO had been issued within 2 years after the effective date of the amendment to the zoning resolution, they must come in for an extension. So they don't have an absolute right to continue constructing indefinitely. They have 2 years.
Okay, so if 32 does not apply, then the question is 11331 directs them to seek an extension. But in this case, they do have the TCO. But not for the hotel, but they have the TCO for the phase 1 of this development.
Yeah, I don't understand that also because
That's the little bit of the confusion.
the lapse is clear that it's if the foundations haven't been completed by the effective date, but they have the CO, the TCO for the garage prior to the effective date.
It's only a partial.
No, but it's.
But I don't
foundations,
believe,
and
but
that's
I don't
only-
believe the garage is the portion of the building to which they need the vesting.
But the condition is if the foundations have been completed.
That's under 11-330.
If the foundations have been completed, they have a right to continue construction for 2 years.
Okay.
Under 11-332.
Okay, so it gets a little bit more confusing because if the initial plan for the garage, the last expenditure was 2017. It says they received a C of O for the garage. Then why were they allowed to submit an amended project after C of O for the garage? Why isn't it an entirely new job?
Yeah, that's good.
And then if it's an entirely new job, then no work has been done and they didn't vest as an alteration, because they've done nothing for the hotel portion. So definitely, I think we've got a lot more questions and the paperwork doesn't address it.
That's a good point. Thank
Yeah,
you.
good point.
Move on.
Okay, yes, please. Thank you.
Item number 2024-01A, 2848 Barber Terrace, Queens.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. We don't have a community board recommendation yet. This is an application for a GCL 35 subsection 3 waiver to develop a one-family home located within the bed of 2 mapped streets. The 2 mapped streets are Faber Avenue and Edgewater. There was a prior BSA variance, I'm sorry, GCL that was granted, but it was never exercised. So the applicant is before us to build a 2-story one-family home that is partially located, as I mentioned, in the bed of these 2 map streets, Edgewater Road and Faber. And from the site drawings that's been provided, majority of the subject site is located within these street beds. We need all the necessary sign-offs from, we haven't heard anything. I think DEP has provided some initial comments. We haven't heard anything from DOT. So we need those information. But other than that, I did not have any issues with this application. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. No further comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I have is regarding flood. Please modify the note provided on the plans
Oh,
to
yeah.
the standard note, which starts with the board's approval of the instant application or plans does not constitute any waiver of any flood regulations.
Okay.
So this is the standard note, need to be sent and added to the plans.
Yes. Thank you. And project manager, you please do send them the standard note that BSA requires the applicant to add to the plan. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I had no issues with the application. I just wanted to ask that the applicant send a notification of the application to the Parks Department, since this entire green, on the tax map, this lot is shown as green, part of this large park that's part of, I think, the Jamaica Bay Park. And while this is obviously not part of that park, and technically, it is adjacent to city-owned land within this park area. So just as a courtesy to notify the Parks Department of this application, but I am satisfied otherwise with the GCL application.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Move on.
Yes, please.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items 2019-256 BZ, 1508 Avenue Z, Brooklyn.
Okay, this application is after a good break from the last hearing. The applicant is before us. And the initial hearing on this application was held last in April of 2022. And at that initial hearing, board did acknowledge that the site is unique, and due to its irregular site condition that abuts an embankment of an elevated subway line, there are hardships associated with developing the site and including the flood zone, it being in a flood zone. So the outstanding question was the construction cost associated with the hardship that was affecting the proposed waivers for FAR, height and setback waiver, and parking. So the applicant required time to assess the site condition, the proposals, the proposal, and reevaluate the original structural system, specifically the SOE and the foundation that was initially approved by MTA in 2014. The latest submission does show that a lot of analysis has gone into redesigning the structural system, and the applicant's team did redesign it based on the reevaluation, and based on that, the waivers have been modified. The revised FAR has been reduced. No change is proposed to the use. It would be a community facility use group 4 to develop the base center for mental health and hygiene facility. And it would be built to a lesser floor area. And the proposed height would be reduced to 11 stories. We did see a proposal. Initially, it was a 12-story, then it was increased to 13, and now it's back to 11 stories. The applicant, the project will continue not to provide any parking on site, and the site would now consist of 49 rooms, which has been reduced from 63 rooms. The SOE's plan has been revised significantly, so that required changes also to the as of right plan. That also has been revised, and so I would say, based on the revised SOE and the foundation design, it is evident that the ground floor pretty much loses all possible usage of any of the ground floor space for lobby or any other utility space other than just barely an entrance with an elevator to take visitors or residents to the floors above. And so I do see the change that has been made, but I would like the applicant, and the applicant needs to discuss it in its finding. They need to state why the required FAR and the parking is particularly difficult to provide on the subject site, unlike a typical site where either parking could be provided at grade or below grade. So that needs to be stated in its narrative form in the documents. So I want to jump straight into the findings. With regards to the uniqueness, I think I stand by what I had stated earlier, that uniqueness is there, and there is hardship associated with the uniqueness. With regards to the revised financing, a lot of changes have happened based on the revised SOE and foundation. I want to hear from Commissioner Otley Brown and Commissioner Shetta regarding it before I state anything further. With regards to neighborhood character, the applicant does need to provide a little bit more clarity regarding regarding parking. Even though in its analysis it has provided an off-street parking study, I went through the SECRA document, and it's in the SECRA document, and also DOT in its notes states it, that there are in its SECRA document, applicant states that there is a nearby parking lot, and that parking lot probably would be used for this service, but we need to therefore know what is the occupancy, what is the utilization rate of this parking and make sure that it has the capacity to accommodate the parking need that would be generated from this operation. As I understand it, this operation primarily all the it's going to be daily commuting back and forth would be really by the staff and the doctors and administrative members. And the residents will be staying there based on the program, at least for a month or more. So it's really the daily commute of those who are providing services to this facility and to the residents. So the applicant needs to clarify that in its neighborhood character analysis to justify why this would not be an issue. Other than in terms of the building design and height and the setback, I don't have an issue with it. With regards to the minimal, again, B and C need to be more clarified before I can come to that conclusion. We do have open SECRA on this, and of course, with the revised drawings, it needs to go through a full review again. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. I did appreciate the changes that were made in this in the new revised application. I too share your concerns with regard to the C finding, and I believe they could flush that out, but they just haven't in their narrative. I am curious also to see what Commissioner Otley-Brown and Commissioner Sheta have to say with regard to the financials. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
So I just have two remaining questions that I would like some clarification on. One has to do with the premium costs, and the other one has to do with the total development costs. So as for the premium costs, in the cover letter, and also I believe the beginning of the financial report, they talk about how they standardized the design between the as of right and the proposed concerning the premium costs. So they should be more in line with each other because it's basically supposed to be the same design concept for the SOE in both. So in my mind, that should lead to premium costs that may be different because of the scale of the project in terms of the number of floors, but that should be drilling down to the same unit cost per square foot. In my mind, that's what I'm looking for. So when I look at the report and I look at the premium costs and divide them by the gross square footage for the as of right and the gross square footage for the proposed, I get a cost factor that's different by $15 a square foot. And so I want to know what's different in the premium costs between both scenarios that account for that higher base cost in the proposed than in the as of right. So that's the first question. The second question has to do with the total development costs, because the total development costs in this new report are now higher than in the second report. And the reason why, it seems to me, is that the base hard construction costs actually go up by 1.7 million. And so and I'm speaking specifically for the as of right project here. And so I want to know what accounts for that difference. Why did it go up? So those are my two questions.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start with some housekeeping comments, very general. The site is in flood zone, so they need to, again, to add the note regarding flood as it was agreed upon by the board. I believe the project manager has the language.
Yeah.
She can send them to that, send the language to the applicant.
Yes, thank you.
I wanna make it clear that we haven't, because there are like some structural submissions came to the board. We haven't performed any structural review of the submissions. The next point is we started this project with a TA approved foundation plan and SOE drawings. Currently, we don't have a TA approval. However, based on my experience with like doing projects next to the TA, I do believe that the SOE design is more feasible than it was before. It's more cost effective. Same for the foundation. Even though I do have some like comments on him, not comments, some suggestions, I would say, some guidance, like I did before. And I'm gonna put them at the end of my my statement. On the uniqueness and the hardship, I don't look at this site as a unique site just because it's adjacent to the TA. If it was just adjacent to the TA, I wouldn't consider it unique. But in addition to the adjacency to the TA, the site shape is kind of like weird. The site topography is kind of like challenging. I did visit this site and walking the site is kind of like tough. The presence of the retaining wall, the massive retaining wall that exists, that I was at the opinion that this retaining wall should remain and shouldn't be touched. And thanks God, I gave him that comment from the beginning, because we actually got an approved set of plans with this retaining wall being knocked out.
Oh.
They ended up discovering that this retaining wall is a part of an easement, and the adjacent embankment of the TA actually depends on its stability, on the existence of that retaining. So at the end, they decided to keep it in place, and they gonna knock down a minor portion of it. So that's a good change in my opinion. But like I said, the combination of all these items, the shape, the adjacency to the TA, the embankment, the topography, the flood zone, and the existence of the retaining wall makes this site is kind of like very unique for me. Now regarding the premium cost, to be clear, there are some items that I believe shouldn't be included. And honestly, I'm kind of like upset, because I feel sometimes like people submit to us things that shouldn't be submitted. You interacted with us from the beginning, and we provided you with some help. You should help us back to help you out. Save our time, not send stuff that we don't need to look at. Like I'm gonna just mention one item, like the outflow from the pile, the water outflow from the pile, and we need a system to treat this water. Give me a break. If you're saying that on the submission, I would say one of two things. You're either not respecting my brain and my experience, or you haven't drilled a single pile before. That item shouldn't be there. That being said, long story short is, yes, there are some exaggerations on the cost. I would say that if I'm reevaluating the cost for the Azufrite and for the proposed, I would take 20 to 30% down of these costs. However, to be honest, they ignored to add some premium cost elements, and I'm just give one example. That this site from the beginning was designed on a shallow foundation system, which is kind of suitable for a kind of like a mid-rise to low-rise building like that. But because of the topographic that exists at the site, because of the retaining wall, because of the embankment, because of all of this, it was like more suitable to switch to a deep foundation system. On a site like this, I would allow them to add a component, which is that premium cost, because of the change from a shallow foundation system to a deep foundation system. They haven't added that. That being said, I would say that the elimination of 20 to 30% of the premium cost would be a little bit manifested by the re-addition of the difference between a pile foundation system and the shallow foundation system. That's why globally, I'm almost okay with the conclusion on the financials, like with the exception of that point that Commissioner Brown raised regarding the increase in the hard cost. I don't know how they did that with Marshall and Swift. That's kind of like For me, that's new. I would love to learn how they've done it. Added 1.7 million to the cost with the use of the Marshall and Swift. That's, for me, I thought that was like tricky. But long story short, yes, that I believe the project now is a good to go for me on the bulk of the building as it relates to the premium cost and the construction cost. Now I need to share my screen and give me 1 second.
To the engineer.
Yeah, it takes time. I apologize.
This is not the project, is it?
Yeah, this is it. I'm trying to zoom. This is a cross section. Come on. Yeah, that one. This is a section.
Can
for
you
the
zoom
building.
in? Can't
Yeah,
read.
I'm trying. It's kind of like crazy. Yeah, this is a section for the building. This is the retaining wall. That one, the retaining wall is decided to remain. Right now, this part of the project is on piles, and I'm like advising them to listen to that and have their structure engineer and SOE engineer listen to what I'm saying. That the right-hand side is on pile. That left-hand side is not. I do believe, based on my experience, that this is a problem for them. This building may like experience, if it's designed and constructed that way, it might experience some differential settlement because piles do not settle that much because they are very strong. Shallow foundation tends to settle more than piles. But when you have part of a building that's going down and the other part is not going down, what happens is the building gets distorted. And if this happens, this is a concrete building, it's gonna crack.
Right.
Concrete is the most tedious things when it comes to cracking. So they need to pay attention to that. I do believe that down the road, based on their evaluations, they're gonna need to switch the left-hand side to a pile-supported system, and the entire building is gonna be a pile-supported building. This is item one. Item two, I don't see a good connection between the left-hand side and the right-hand side. If you look at that, what connects the building foundation at the bottom, it's just the first floor, this slab here, this one. This is the only connection that ties the foundation together.
You mean there's no proper bracing of?
We need to think of a way to tie the two buildings, the two portions of the building together so they can avoid the differential settlement between the two parts. This is on the design of the building. And these are not comments, these are just suggestions. And because we care about how people design and construct. On the SOE, I see that for the adjacent building, this is a cross-section showing the pile-supported portion of the building, and this is the grade-supported building portion of the building. For the adjacent building, I see the using underpinning, which is fine, in my opinion. But I see that they want to excavate further to put a heel block, to put a raker, diagonal brace to support the underpinning. And then I understand that because of that excavation, we need to support the existing retaining wall, which should be self-standing. But because we are undermining this retaining wall, we want to brace it to the underpinning piece. I'm going to give them an advice to forget about these two rakers, this heel block, save the excavation. This is about 6 feet tall pier. It could stand by itself. And if you want to support this retaining wall do not brace it in the building. If you do so and this retaining wall wanna move, it's gonna push the underpinning pier down and it's gonna cause the adjacent building to settle, which might cause you a problem. If I'm doing this, I would put the piles for the other portion of the building right here. Put a pile like that and temporarily tie this pile to the retaining wall. So it could be like temporarily supported. And then when you're done with the excavation and your foundations are in place, just use that pile to ultimately support the proposed building on the other side. I hope we got the idea, but again, I want to summarize what I said. Like construction cost wise, bulk size, I'm fine with the building. Big like news, we haven't reviewed anything. So what we offered them now is just suggestions. If you want to take them, take them. If not, I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Wow. And they didn't even pay you. You gave them all the engineering
Consulting, wow.
suggestions for free. Thank you. Thank you very much for your thorough review of this and your suggestions from the very beginning on this. And it is reflected in the design changes that's been made. And I think the applicant in their submission have paid attention to everything you have said so far and have done. But as you pointed out, they've still missed some of the critical elements and those need to be factored in. And balancing out the exaggerated cost and the other factors, it may work out.
And good luck with the TA. I'm not sure what's he gonna ask them to do.
Yeah.
They said they have a meeting with him, but I'm not sure if they already met.
Yeah, and I'm sure whatever DA may have approved in 2014 and what the standards and requirements may have also changed, who knows? Does
Yeah,
that
that's
happen?
possible. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your very thorough, thoughtful review. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. This is my first time hearing the case. So I was looking at everything as if it was a new case, and the newest statement of facts doesn't actually talk about the fact that this facility is primarily or is only for inpatient stays of a minimum 30 days or more. So to me, I didn't understand that until I went to the programmatic needs statement. I think it's important to include it in your statement of facts and findings so that you can explain why parking utilization would be low. There's not enough information in the statement that talks about why the parking waiver is justified from a utilization standpoint. I think, the need is there and I believe the uniqueness is there. I just didn't understand programmatically what was happening until I started digging around, and I think that could be consolidated and better fleshed out in the statement. Also, you need to update your programmatic needs statement as it still reflects 99 patients and 83 staff, and I believe that's been reduced to 77 patients and 70 staff with the reduction of the overall bulk of the project. Let's see, the EAS. Oh yeah, you do talk about the EAS parking study, but again, I think that there's not enough of an argument to actually waive all parking. And I think the chair was also discussing this as far as what's the demand and how will it be satisfied, whether it's in adjacent parking structures or on the street. We need also an updated DOB objection since we're no longer looking at a height waiver. I didn't see it in the file. To Commissioner Otley Brown's point, I also had the same question on the Kings County hardship letter. This is for the premium costs. Items 7, 17, and 21 are really just proportionate to the as of right, given that we're only adding 2 floors and these are the smaller floors of the upper portion of the building. So for instance, a cost for facade, anti-glare and reflectiveness because of the adjacency to the MTA railroad. Assuming that we accept that even as a premium cost, the proportion of $250,000 for a 9-story building versus $485,000, nearly double for 2 more smaller floors, the facade proportion doesn't make any sense. So if you can explain why those items in red, 7, 17, and 21 are so disproportionate between the two, I think we are both, Commissioner Otley Brown and I, are looking for apples to apples comparisons here. And then if you could update us on the status of the TA application, you did mention that the updated design has been submitted and that a meeting is pending. Just let us know if there's been any updates on when that meeting is happening. Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Thank you all for your very thorough review. Yes. I think applicant, please hear our comments. We are, everything that has been said here has been very constructive and helping you facilitate this development in a manner that is reasonable. So do please provide the response and we'll see how the project can fairly be done, meeting all the findings. Especially now it boils down to, there is still the outstanding question on the B, E, and C. B, C, E, I'm sorry, in that order. Okay. Thank you all. Let's go to the last case of the day.
Item number 22, 2021 17 BZ 8719 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, the board had reopened this case on March 11th. It was closed in 2023, November. And that was because the applicant made some changes to the plan, which were contrary to the plans that the board had directed the applicant to proceed with. So the primary change the primary changes are that the applicant is proposing to maintain the curb cut at 88th Street, stating that it needs to be retained to allow for the fuel tanker trucks to use that curb cut to access the site. Though in their previous analysis, they did show a tanker truck could access the site from Rockaway Boulevard, I think looking at the drawings, I can see that it would be a much tighter turn to make and be able, it's like a U-turn that would have to be made, and that does make and this does not have a lot of depth, so it does make it tight, and the applicant should clarify that. So I do have some questions regarding, and then there'll be some changes to the location of the vacuum and air vac. I'm actually okay with that. The revised placement of the airbag tower, I think with the retention of the 88th Street curb cut, it would make the it is a better location than at the entrance of 88th Street. I do have some questions regarding the planting bed. Along the rear lot line, it seems like these are not in-ground planting. It's shown as, at least from the photos, it seems it's raised from the ground. If that is the case, please revise your plan because it's not corresponding with your plan. And I have same question for the planting bed that is along 88th Street. Is it raised or is it in ground? It wasn't quite clear from the photos. So whichever one it is, and you're proceeding with it, even though we did want it to be in-ground planting, and since it has already happened, and if the plants are faring well, there are ways to maintain plants, but if that is the case, then you need to revise your plans to reflect that. Those are just comments. I am okay with the changes that are being requested. Vice Chair Shiveta, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. No further comments from me on this application.
Can you speak again? I'm sorry, I was typing something else.
I have no further comments on this application.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I don't have an issue with them keep retaining the curb cut on 88th Street.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thanks. I had no issue with keeping the 88th Street curb cut, but I think we need updated photos. The relocation of the combo air vac said it was done. It also said that the vacuum at the end of 88th Street was going to be removed and relocated to the center of the planter, but the most recent photos show it's still at the end. So that needs to be relocated. The status of the trash enclosure, the timeline stated that it would be done by now, and so with the planting. So we just need updated photos that coincide with everything that's been attested to in the submission, because I think the last thing we got was from February.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Yeah. And I would just make a suggestion to the applicant, before you agree, like, if you are agreeing to what the board is saying, we are assuming you're agreeing to this based on your discussions with your client. And based on that, we are directing you to make the changes. Now, if there are operationally certain changes that just cannot be done or would be detrimental to the business, you do need to reflect that you're representing your client. So please do represent that and make it very clear, so that we can factor that in our design, because in our discussion, otherwise it doesn't help that we close it and then you're coming back and saying your client cannot do this because these are the issues. Those should have been reflected while we were at the initial, and we wouldn't have lost so much time. Okay.
Okay, that's the last
Okay.
case, and so this concludes the review session for May sixth, 2024.
Okay, so we are at 11:35, and because we have some cases that require a good number of people to gather, I want to give them like 20 minutes. So that you have enough time to gather and get your team together. And be ready to respond to the comments.
So you want to return at 11:55. Well, I'm gonna make it solid 12.
Let's do it solid 12. Actually,
Solid
that
12?
makes it easier. Yeah, let's make it solid 12.
Okay, we'll resume at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, let's make this a lunch break.
Sounds
12,
good.
we'll all return.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, it's 12:01.
We're just waiting for another 5 minutes.
Simon.
Just give us another 5 minutes. We will start.
You may proceed with the public hearing.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals. Good afternoon, I should say, right? It's 12:00, 12:07. Board of Standards and Appeals Public Hearing for May 6, 2024. The first item up is special order calendars, continued hearing items, 749, 65 BC, 1820 Richmond Road, Staten Island.
I do see Daniel,
Fred has his hand up. Mr. Becker has his hand up, but that's for the second case.
but that's for the second case.
Yeah. Is Daniel in the?
Is Daniel in the room?
Yeah, I see Daniel Ash. Yeah.
I have just.
I'm sorry, just everyone, please make sure your microphones are on. I'm getting different volumes.
Mr. Ash, are you in the room?
Yes, I am.
Okay, is there anyone else with you?
No.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond only to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
My name is Daniel Ash. I heard the board's comments this morning, of which there were 2 comments specifically brought up. That Commissioner Speta was commenting on cars, exotic cars parked on the sidewalk. So between the review session, I spoke to the dealer and found out they are not for sale or for rental. The same person who owns this station owns a car dealership. They use this station to service the cars. I told them that they cannot park anything on the sidewalk, and they agreed that they won't do that. I apologize for that, but nothing is for sale or for rental at this site.
Okay. Need an operational plan from your owner, operator, as to how they're going to ensure that vehicles are not going to be parked on the sidewalk. I mean, I have to say, this site is pretty big. You can accommodate all the vehicles within the site. So I find it very kind of foolhardy on their part to park the cars on the sidewalk.
The owner of the property too.
Yeah. So please provide an operational plan as to how they will ensure going forward that the cars are going to be parked. Any cars awaiting service or for gasoline will be parked within the subject site. If you need additional parking spaces, show that on the plan.
Okay, I'll get that. And then Commissioner Yoon was questioning about the kiosk that in my recollection and from my notes last time, we agreed that since we weren't using it presently, we would clean it out because they were putting storage there. But not to remove it entirely, because that would be a bigger undertaking. We'd have to get an electrician to take care of the electric wiring and somebody actually demo that. So, and they might use it in the future, since it was part of the approved drawings previously.
Okay, but future could be any time. And so how do we ensure that it will not be misused?
We could put that in the operation plan that'll get you regarding the parking.
Right, and if you're not going to use it, just make sure you provide appropriate lock so that nobody can vandalize it if that's a concern. But do not use it for any storage of material, because that's a flammable, like it's a safety issue.
Correct. It was cleaned out before. We'll put that in the operation plan.
Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Yoon, are you satisfied with that response?
Sure, we'll see the operational plan.
Yeah, we have to see the operational plan. Do you have a camera that is positioned there? Do you have any security cameras that monitors the entire site? I'm just curious.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't want to give you
Okay.
Thank
If you can, use that as a way to say how we'll ensure that the site will be monitored all throughout. Same thing goes for sidewalk. If anybody's parking on the sidewalk and you don't know it because you're inside, you can monitor using your camera and then go out and tell them, listen, you're parking on the sidewalk. So those are also ways to respond to your operational plan. You don't always need to have a person standing there and monitoring it. There are other ways of doing it.
So it's a good recommendation. Thank you.
Go to the public.
Okay, let's go to the public.
The case that we're on the screen. The case that we're currently discussing is 74965 BZ, 1820 Richmond Road, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 880-9401-3412 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. Mr. Ash, how long will it take for you to provide the corrections and operational plan?
It should only take 2 weeks to get the document signed.
And have it affidavitted by it should be an affidavit. There should be an affidavit with the operational plan.
Yes.
And also provide a photo of the sidewalk, whether it's being used for parking or not, to respond to the question that Vice Chair Shibeta had.
Do you want to notice somewhere, sign posted somewhere, or no?
I think those who are parking are those who are using the facility.
Yeah.
They're working there. So unfortunately, it has to be an operational plan. The sign is not going to be of any use.
Timer is up and no one has called in or raised their hand.
Yeah. So it seems it's your employees are parking there or others, so that there has to be a better way. And if it's the guys from a person from the dealer who leave the car there, then it's the same owner, then the owner should make sure that it's even better. The fact that it's same owner, then they can just tell their employees and the dealer not to do that.
It's very hard to believe that those vehicles are being serviced. I've seen them parked there on multiple occasions for multiple days. I'll entertain this response, but something more meaningful has to come here, because there's $500,000 worth of cars parked outside. I don't really buy that they're being serviced at that moment, but I'll take the representation. I just hope that the response is a bit more material.
Okay.
Move on.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Ash.
This is on for continued still. Okay,
You don't think we said
I just removed them. Sorry.
Pardon?
No, I just put them on the waiting. I thought we were calling the next case.
Oh,
Yeah, I can put it back in.
can you put him back,
Yeah,
in,
yeah, yeah.
please? Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Ash.
That's okay. I was just
quick-
gonna say if there's any possibility of setting it for a decision with the operational plan being submitted as a required item.
Mr. Ash, I think, this question was raised by Vice Chair Shibata from the very beginning that there were issues and we were told it's not there or it has been removed, but it seems to be lingering on. So we do want to put a closure on it once we have a very clear understanding of how this site is going to function and operate and respond to these concerns. I do appreciate the improvements that's been made to the site. But this was last heard on October 2nd, so it took a long time for these improvements to come about. But I think we're there, but I am not ready to close on it until I have a clear understanding of how the site is going to function and will be functioning starting today if it is not functioning, and want that in the letter form. And once that gives all the commissioners certain level of assurance that that's how it's going to operate, then we can consider closing it. Okay, thank you.
New cases, item number 15, 80579 BZ, 88 Pine Street, Manhattan. This is
Okay,
Mr.
this
Becker.
would be Mr. Becker. Yes, I'm going to. Is there anyone else from your team, Mr. Becker, who will be joining in? Is he in?
He's not muted, he's
Yes,
muted.
he is.
He's muted though.
Is Mr. Becker?
Hello,
Hi, is there anyone else from your team?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but is
Hello?
there anyone else? Can you hear us? Oops, Mr. Becker disappeared from the screen. Okay, yeah, I think I think he had to leave and he joined. I just let him enroll as a panelist. I don't know why it's not happening. Oh, okay, he's in, I think, yes. Mr. Becker, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Mr. Becker?
I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Because I can't hear you.
We can hear you.
Hello?
Hello?
Someone sent Mr. Becker an email asking him
Hello?
to turn his speakers up.
I have Fred's number.
Hello?
Mr. Becker, we can hear you, but it seems you're not able to hear us. Can you see us?
I don't know why I can't hear you.
Turn up your speakers. This is turn up your speakers. I sent you a text. You can see my. Oh, God. I
Okay,
just sent him a text message.
Can you call him? Maybe he will answer the phone.
Hello?
yes. We can hear you. Okay, can we go to
Hello?
the next one while he resolves? the
Turn up your
technical issue?
speakers.
My speaker is turned all the way up. I don't know why you can't hear me.
We can hear you.
We
I'm
can
on
hear.
my,
Yes.
I can't hear you. My speaker is turned all the way up.
You want to do it with phone? Can we do?
Please, display the dial-in information so Mr. Becker can call in.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, I just disconnected.
You got it.
Shit.
That's okay. No, it's okay. He shouldn't be on the phone. He's got to call in.
Yeah, Fred, we're putting the,
He can't.
have a
he
keep,
can't
oh,
hear.
no, on my phone, I'm calling him.
Yeah, just a reminder that we are still streaming live.
Yeah,
He can't.
put him in the screen. Fred, look at the screen and you'll dial in, okay? I can't even hear him. That's weird.
He should be calling this number.
Yeah, okay.
If, since he can't hear us, I don't know if he's calling the number, but we can call him through Zoom. Would you like me to try that?
Sure.
That's what I was saying, you want to call him.
Next case, when,
You want to skip it? You go to the next one?
yeah.
No, he's calling me. Why are you calling me, Fred?
Skip. This isn't.
Just a reminder, we are still streaming live.
What do you want to do? Want me to take his call?
Next case, yeah,
Alright.
we'll do the next case until he figures out the technical thing, so maybe someone from our office can help him
Okay.
if needed.
Okay, we're gonna go to the next case, which is item number 16.
Just let Mr. Becker know, could you just call him and let him know that, because since he can't hear us.
Yeah, Fred, we're gonna go to another case until you figure out your technical issue, okay? You can't dial in?
Just,
Yeah, okay.
just
He
next,
wants to try it.
I am calling him from Zoom right now.
we're losing a lot.
We're gonna go to the next case.
Oh, but she's calling him.
We're gonna go to the next case.
I'm
and if
calling
it's
his office number from Zoom.
Then we can.
Okay, fine. Let's go to the next case and then we'll call back Mr. Becker. Sorry, Mr. Becker. 546 BZ, volume 3, 3211 Newtown Avenue, Queens.
Okay. This.
Hello?
is-
Can you hear me?
Jeez, I told you. What do you want to do?
I believe Mr. Becker is on the one.
We just called in 16, we'll return that in 15 after.
Okay, who's it?
Who is
Stephanie?
it? Who is it? I thought I saw Stephanie.
No, Stephanie Marazzi.
Oh, is she
Hi,
in?
Ms. Marazzi, are you
Oh, yeah.
alone?
I have one other person with me, Gavin Lee.
Yeah, we'll let him in.
He's from Mandel Food Stores, which is the grocery operator, and I'm getting some very intense feedback.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on today.
Who is the other person from your team?
Gavin Lee. He's there on the bottom.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, can you?
Ozzy, are you streaming YouTube at the same time?
I am not. Sorry,
No, you're fine. I'm Ms. Marazzi's getting an echo.
The echo wasn't there before you guys called Mr. Becker, just as a heads up.
Thank you.
Whatever. All right, it's Monday, people. It's the only explanation I can give you. Are we ready to proceed? Okay, let me swear you in. Do you affirm to raise your right hand? Do you affirm, raise your right hand, Mr. Lee, too? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay, Ms. Marazzi, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
My name is Stephanie Marazzi. I'm a partner at the law firm Hershensinger and Epstein Land Use Counsel to the applicant. And I am still getting feedback, so I apologize if I'm delayed a little bit. We did attend the review session and heard the comments of the board and are prepared to respond in a follow-up submission. We can submit a revised zoning chart to confirm the lot areas in the FAR, a Google Street View image to confirm the continuous use. I believe we did include photos of the interior of the lot facing toward the residential alley. But I will double check our submission and if necessary, include that again. The lumen study I will also review, and we will explore the possibility of shielding one of the lights as suggested by Commissioner Sheta. I wanted to point out that the loading zone is a new, it's a new zone that was actually requested by the applicant after our application was submitted, so we can add that to the plan. The graffiti will be cleaned. And with respect to the term, a 25-year term would certainly be better than a 10-year term, but we would greatly appreciate an elimination of term due to the administrative burdens on a small independently operated grocery operator who is a member of the Key Food Co-op, but is not Key Food themselves.
Okay, thank you. The reason we asked for the interior photo is it was more the condition of the fencing from the property, within the property. Yes, you did provide the photos of the condition from the alleyway, but I wanted to see the condition of the fence, and I think Commissioner Yoon's site visit showed that it's in good condition, but for the record, if you could provide that, that would be great.
I'll note that those photos are also part of our record now.
Oh, it is not part
Yeah,
of the
they're
record.
uploaded to the
Okay,
file.
great. Thank you. I don't think then you need to submit it because we now have for the record what Commissioner Yoon has submitted. Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay, let's then go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is, sorry, 5486 BZ, volume 3, 3211 Newtown Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 880-9401-3412 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone and wish to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
I just want to highlight the fact that this is a special permit, especially with regards to the enlargement of the existing building into the residential portion of the zoning lot. And what's in that residential portion is a little bit of the commercial building and the parking area. I have a very general, it's more like an academic question I have. How were you able to get those beautiful artwork on your wall? And is it something that you're considering adding to the rest of the wall?
I can answer that. So we worked with a charity that engaged, it's an after-school program for youth in the neighborhood and artists, and had them along with some corporate sponsors commission a piece of artwork. We've done it at a few of our locations and would be happy to once again engage for the side on Newtown Avenue. Although probably would take some time to get that done in the scope of getting this approved.
No, I understand. I mean, I always like the work that's on that wall, so I just wanted to know.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, time has run out. There was no, with exception of Mr. Becker, there were no hands up or anyone pulled in.
Okay. Are we okay to close this and wait for the submission, or you want the submission before you close it? Commissioners? I'm okay to close. You're okay to close? Okay. All right. I'm then going to make a motion to close, but please do submit all the submissions, correcting with a cover letter stating where all the changes are proposed, and the lighting plan should be part of the complete set. And you can, do clean up the graffiti. What you do in future, that's something we're not going to state, but it would be a part of the condition that you need to make sure the site is free of graffiti.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's make a motion.
Motion to close, Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Aye. Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
How much time?
How much time do you need to make these corrections and submission?
I would say 2 weeks.
Okay, that will take us to June. I don't know what the calendar of June is.
June 5th, June 10th and 11th, so submission would be May 23rd.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to go back to Mr. Becker?
Yes, let's go back to, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Recalling item number 15, 80579 BZ, 88 Pine Street, Manhattan. Let's hope this works.
Yes, I'm on the phone. You hear me?
Do you hear us?
I hear you, yes.
Great, thank you, Mr. Becker. Okay, visual?
I don't see the visual opportunity here, but my hand is, I'm raising my hand as you speak. I don't know why I'm not coming in on visual. I can see you on, I joined the webinar.
Maybe if he connects from his computer so we could visually see him, even if he can't hear us, and then on the phone speaks us.
Yeah, here I am.
No, you can hear us.
No, but I mean, you want to see his hand, right?
He's here.
He's here, Jella.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, one sec. Where's my screen? Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We attended the review session with the architects for the project, and we understand your concerns. With regard to the placing the vestibule inside the building, or any other modification, we will look into that. We understand your concerns with regard to the pedestrian flow, why we can't put inside the measurements, etc. And the architect is going to look into that, and we will provide a detailed description plus modifications to the plans potentially, which will address your issues. The second item, which is going to be a little more problematic, is the chair asked for a plan from the 1989 revision with the movable seating. You can't find it. We couldn't find it in the board's file, and we're going to dig deep in our own files and see if the architect has it, and we'll respond accordingly.
Okay.
And that's the best we can do at this point.
Because it is critical to, I think from the letter, though it's not, I think it is only for the southern portion of the plaza. It doesn't affect the the portion of the plaza fronting on Water Street, but I want to be absolutely sure as to what the prior approvals were and how consistent what we see on the site is, because I didn't see 24 chairs. So I don't know if that's what was removed as part of the
We
prior.
will do the best we can to either provide a new plan to you that will satisfy the chair, or we will find the old plan.
Good, thank you.
And I think that addressed, the issue was the placement of the vestibule, why we needed various issues regarding the code, et cetera. But I would like to emphasize that the current entry is ADA non-compliant. It's not just an improvement, it's providing compliance.
And that's what's prompting this change at this time?
It's just a overall look at the building. They just feel that it needs to have the upgrade to the ADA.
Uh-oh, you went out, Mr. Becker. We don't hear you.
You're muted, Mr. Becker.
Oh, I don't know what happened.
Oh, now
We can hear you.
Okay, I don't know. I just know by coincidence that the project architect happened to be pregnant last year. And she said getting in and out of the swing doors was very difficult. So it's just coincidental.
So is the swing door not ADA compliant, or is it just, it wasn't clear. Is it an ADA compliant swing door, or it
No,
is?
the ADA, it is not ADA compliant. No.
It's amazing it's made it this far. So I also noticed that because the way the swing doors are oriented and the three revolvers is they're angled as part of these, I guess wings you would say, that lead you into
Oh, it
the
doesn't
revolving
provide
door. So
clear-
there needs to be pull side and push side clearance for it to be ADA compliant.
Got it.
So that statement makes sense to me, but I do think there are probably, you can see how deep the revolver goes into the space, and there's three of these. So I think there are probably some other options where we don't consume as much or maybe any plaza space in order to meet the needs of ADA compliance and code compliance.
We understand that, which is why we're looking into it. There is some interference with the access to spaces on either side of the left and right of the vestibule. You can actually see a door there. So therefore, pushing it in beyond a certain point is not practical. But at the same point, there might be a midpoint compromise. And the architect.
Right. Mr. Becker, we lost you again.
Well, it says the host keeps muting me. So anyway, we understand the concern. We're going to look into that very seriously.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
So I think that's it.
Okay, all right. How much time do you need?
We would like a month, which would push us into the July 15th hearing.
Okay. Let's first go to any other questions for Mr. Becker? Okay, let's go to the public and we can discuss how much time.
So the case that we're currently discussing is 805-79BZ, 88 Pine Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 880-9401-3412 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to be heard. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to comment, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay, so you will need 1 month, so that will take you to July.
Right, and I would again apologize for the technical difficulties. I tried, and I appreciate the board's cooperation and consideration very much.
We try.
So did I.
And also in your statement, do clarify how some of these requirements get triggered. I think the photo that Commissioner Yoon provided is very helpful. I also visited the site, but I didn't pick up on that, that the revolving door is kind of encroaching into the pathway of, if you want to call it that way, of the ADA access route. And that's what makes it therefore non-accessible. And the swing of the door, all of that.
Right. Commissioner Yoon picked up exactly what the architect just mentioned at the community board, that there's no passageway or there's no space for it to swing.
And I think there are ways to explain that diagrammatically and also narratively. So please do include that in your documents. Then the question becomes, yes, you do need to provide the ADA access, but then how does the vestibule requirement get triggered thereby? Could you not replace, let's say, I'm just hypothetically saying this, could you not replace one of the revolving doors with an ADA compliant entryway? And wouldn't that be adequate? If you were to have just one vestibule, remove the central revolving door and made that ADA accessible and your vestibule was within it, wouldn't that be enough with the two remaining revolving doors on two sides? So there are other ways to look at it. So I think you need to look through all of those possibilities and then identify the solution that would be best. And maybe you don't need to come before us because you're not going to, after all, need to add anything or place anything in the plaza area.
I believe we looked briefly at that issue of placing them inside after the community board meeting. And because of the depth of them, again, it interferes with the space on either side.
No, Mr. Beck, you did not hear me.
You said put it in the middle. You said put it in the middle.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I understand that. I'm going to go back. I'm not an architect. And we will, whatever we do, we will explain and attempt to justify.
Okay.
We hear loud and clear your concerns, Commissioner Yoon's concerns as well, and we will look at it very carefully.
Right. And what is the minimum size that you would need for that vestibule to be? If that is the other part. And that
well, the vestibule has to have a 5-foot swing on one direction and then.
But you don't have a swing door, you have a sliding door, so why do you need a swing?
But the slide is a 5-foot door and then it needs to slide in 5 feet. That's why. If you come in from the side.
Well,
we're just looking for the minimum.
Yeah.
That is required.
It's not my place to design it, but I understand your concern.
Right. It is not our place to design it, but we are trying to minimize the size of the vestibule and the need for the vestibule to be located in a plaza area, which is for public, and it is being used. So with those
already discussed the issues with the architect after we watched the executive review session, and they already working on variations on that, and how we can lessen or eliminate the incursion into the plaza. We might be able to push it in, for example, further than it is. Whether we can push it in entirely is another question that I will let them work on.
Right. Or maybe it can straddle.
Exactly.
So just the idea is to minimize.
We understand that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So 1 month, July 15th.
July 15th.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So, and the submission date for July 15th is June 27th.
June 27th. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Good seeing you, Mr. Becker. Take care.
Nice seeing you, Chair.
Thank you for your patience. Item number 17, 1802 BZ, Volume 3, 8610 Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn.
Would that be Mr. Dale? He is in the room.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dale. Are you by yourself?
I am.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions.
I do affirm.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I did listen to review session and heard the comments raised. Primarily, these are items that will need to be addressed in an upcoming submission. But I'll just briefly speak to them now, just to confirm what's required. We will provide interior photographs of the site with a focus on any fencing, and also addressing any issues with graffiti and site maintenance. We'll, for the plan, review the sign calculations, confirm the light locations with respect to the light spread diagram, and include standard note from the board with respect to drainage. We'll provide proof of continuous use. And finally, with respect to the community board, notification was provided. We have reached out subsequently to the community board and have not received a response. We'll reach out again, but they may be choosing to waive this application for a hearing, but we'll reach out one more time.
Okay.
Okay. And I believe that's, sorry, go ahead.
Somehow the sound just in this room went crazy.
There's quite a lot of feedback, I will say this, when you're on this end. In any case, those are the core items I believe that were raised by the board. If there's anything else I'm missing, we'll listen to the review session and make sure that it's addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Can you confirm that the quick lube service is going and that the signage will actually change?
Yes, they want to remove the quick lube. I believe that the signage was just there as a reflection of the prior use, but it's just going to be the car wash and accessory uses, but they are moving an oil change quick lube portion. So I'll confirm with the owner and the architect with respect to any new signage.
I see Jella has her hand up.
I apologize for the interruption. Since all of you have microphones, is it possible to mute your laptop? I believe that may eliminate the problem.
All the laptops are muted.
Yeah, mine's even muted.
I see all of you unmuted, except Tony and Commissioner Shabeta and Commissioner Shetta are muted.
Other commissioners haven't elected to.
I'm not using
join audio, so muting's not an option.
Okay.
Does it have to do with when you called through Zoom?
It was, the feedback was bad even when Mr. Becker was speaking, and he was just calling through phone, so.
But the noise, if it's emanating from two sources, then it's going to cause the conflict. So if we eliminate the noise.
I mean, can we understand everybody?
Mr. Doyle, is there an echo on your end? Is there feedback on your end?
Is it better?
Yes.
I was going to say certain persons, when they speak, there's no issue. Like Chair, when you speak, or I believe that was Council Vine speaking, there's no issues. But when I'm speaking, I'm hearing tremendous feedback. So it's
particularly
catch can as far as who's giving the feedback.
Yeah, it's particularly bad when the applicants are speaking. So all three that we've had today, there's been really bad feedback on the Zoom.
Okay, so this might be something at the other end. Please bear with us. I apologize on this part. What is the best way to go? Should we, like, maybe your response should be a little bit staggered, or does that help? I don't know.
All right, so just unplug it.
What is it?
You think it's this guy?
No, it's the microphone from the podium.
Yeah, Mr. Dale, I'm sorry, could you speak, Mr. Dale, just to check?
Sure, I can speak now and it sounds much better.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, we apologize for this. It's hard to figure out.
Oy. Okay. All right. Mr. Dale, you can sing away now.
Oh, well, you don't want to hear that. That will be worse than the feedback. But There we go.
It's still there. There's still feedback.
A little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Keep pulling out cables.
Yeah, if we keep more cables out of the system.
Let's do the
then-
best we can to get through this. It's like.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm gonna try, if everyone could bear with me, I'm gonna just mute everyone at the same time. Okay, hold on.
Should turn my mic on?
I would have done that this week.
Now, Mr. Dale, can you unmute yourself on your end?
Okay, I'm unmuted and I'm speaking and I don't know, I'm not getting feedback on my end now.
Okay, just 1 second, please.
Madam Chair, okay, just turn on the microphone, make sure your microphone's on, if we can just give this a go.
Yeah, is this okay, Mr. Dale? Is it better?
You sound great. But I
Okay,
think, am I doing feedback again or no? No.
no,
Thanks everyone again, I apologize.
thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Dale, please go ahead. We were talking about, you said you'll reach out to the community board again, and you will remove the sign. And what was the next thing?
Was gonna say that those were the list of the items that we heard during the discussion. I will, we'll get the feedback again, but I'll try and speak slowly. We will confirm with the owner architect with respect to the blue sign, but they may just remove the sign entirely. And that might go hand in hand the sign calculation that the commissioner raised.
So you will revise the signage analysis based on that. Okay.
Yes.
I had a question, and that was, I noticed on the Google Street View, there was like a tent structure outside along the side street. And so is that related to the business or?
I don't believe so, but I will also confirm because when I last visited the site, there was no tent structure. So I don't know if that's an older photo, but I'll get confirmation. I'll add it to my list of questions to ask.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Mr. Dale.
I was gonna say, other than that, I believe, we can be flexible with the board's calendar. I would say at least 4 weeks to submit just to confirm that we get everything taken care of. But again, we can be flexible a little earlier or a little later, depending on what the board needs.
Let's go to the public. I've already asked all the commissioners. Yeah, let's go to the public then.
So the case we're currently discussing is 1802 BZ, Volume 3, 8610 Flatlands Avenue, Queens, Brooklyn, sorry. Should you wish to discuss or comment, dial 646-518-9805 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 880-9401-3412 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone and wish to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak.
Mr. Dale, how long will it take for your team to put this information?
I was gonna say, I would estimate 4 weeks, but we can be flexible with the board's calendar.
Okay, we will put this on for July. That gives you plenty of time to make all the corrections.
Understood.
That's the 15th of the 29th.
Huh?
15th of the 29th.
July 15th.
15th?
Yeah, July 15th.
If this is the 29th, so.
No, I meant July 15th, and same goes for
The other one
Mr.
too.
Becker, also July 15th.
27th.
Yeah.
Commission.
Commissioner is okay with closing this because I think these are mostly like cleaning up the documents. We didn't have any issues with the requested amendment.
I just think the signage, well, yeah, the signage isn't right. It's not compliant right now, the way they've shown it.
Right.
That's my only concern, but if we feel confident that they can hit it.
Well, if they don't get it, we don't vote
Sure,
on it.
then that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, we don't vote on it.
Okay, motion to close, Chair Shanda.
Yeah, so please make sure everything is correct and complying, Mr. Dale, otherwise we will not be able to vote on it.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
So motion to close, Chair
Yes.
Shanda.
Close. Motion to close.
Motion to close.
Yes, motion to close,
Yes,
madam.
okay. Vice Chair should. Did he say aye? I'm losing my mind. Sorry. Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta. Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
It's
sorry.
just Monday afternoon blues.
Oh, God.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
This is closed. Okay.
Okay.
Appeals calendar, item number 19, 2022-43A, 638 East 11th Street, Manhattan. This is postponed, correct?
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't see Mr. Barshaw also in the room. No, yeah.
Yeah, he's not
it's
there.
been postponed.
Okay, new cases, item number 19, 2023-75 BZY, 1750 East Chester Road, the Bronx.
And this
Mr.
would-
Dale?
Mr. Dale again?
You don't
I'm
have,
still here, yes.
yeah, please proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session. You don't have to be sworn in. This is an appeals case.
Understood. So I did hear the comments that were raised. I'm going to start with one of the simpler comments and then get a bit more into the explanation. With respect to Commissioner Sheta, you raised questions about the engineer. Just want to let you know we did receive a letter from the project engineer affirming that the foundation would be satisfactory. We'll submit that to the record, just wasn't available in time, but we'll submit that to the record. And we also would state that should the board grant this application, we're agreeable to any understandable condition the board might put with respect to DOB review with respect to the foundation. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, the key issue that comes up, and I understood the questions there because this is a little bit of a chain. We did try and clarify it in the statement as to why this appeal is required. I can supplement this in a follow-up letter and review the statement again, but I'll just sort of briefly talk through now the chain within the zoning resolution as to why this appeal was filed, because it would be necessary. Starting with section 32-02, which is the hotel vesting and the optional vesting regulations. And I believe Commissioner Yoon pointed this out. It's really under D1. Well, first of all, it says that the provisions of section 11-30 inclusive apply, and that the hotel vesting regulations are optional as an alternative, but the alternative vesting options under 32-02D do not apply, specifically because the requirement is that a permit needs to be issued for the development of a transient hotel prior to May 12th, 2021. The application in this instance for this subject development, the permit was not issued, well, the plans were not filed until August 27th, 2021. So in order to qualify under 3202D1, the plans would have indicating a transient hotel use would have had to been filed before May. They were filed in August, and therefore 3202D1 cannot apply. Okay. So the next step then is going back, you then would proceed to the standard statutory vesting provisions of 11331 and 11332. Now, with respect to 11331, the right to construct if the foundations are completed did apply to this building originally, but are no longer in effect. For 11331 to apply, a permit must be issued before an applicable amendment. In this case, the first work permit indicating the transient hotel use was issued on November 23rd, 2021. The hotel text amendment was adopted by the City Council on December 9th, 2021. Therefore, 11331 did apply to this site. However, and I believe Council Vine noted this, that 11331 applies, but under 11332, if a CO, either temporary certificate of occupancy or regular certificate of occupancy, has not been issued within 2 years of the pertinent amendment, the permit lapses. So in this case, December 9th, 2021 was the hotel text amendment adopted by City Council. Therefore, 2 years after that, on December 9th, 2023, a CO or a TCO indicating the transient hotel use had not been issued. There was a CO issued, the partial CO that we referred to that indicated the parking garage portion of the building, but not the hotel use. So because 2 years had passed since the appropriate amendment, that's why we are now here before the board following this appeal, which is permitted. 11332 allows an application to renew to be filed at the board if it's filed within 30 days of lapse. This was filed before January 9th, 2024, so within the permitted 30 days. And then the board is permitted to, I think it's two-year terms, but then there's also optional statutory 1-year terms. But that's the timeline there. So in brief, we don't qualify under 3202 because it was filed after the May 12th, 2021 deadline. 11331 did apply, but no longer applies because we're 2 years past the pertinent amendment. And now we're under the provisions of 11332, which because of the automatic lapse of the permit, we're filing the appeal that's before the board. So I don't know if that chain makes sense, if that's clarified, but I can perhaps put it in more of a we did try and make it as clear as possible in the statement, but, I can revise the statement again and take a look. We did provide a chronology, but maybe in the chronology, I can highlight some of the key things. What I might do is I know sometimes you have one of those, where you follow the arrows. Maybe I can present something like that with the arrows as a supplement to the chronology to show how we got to this point.
If I could speak to my confusion was in my own interpretation of 11332. So what general counsel said, I finally understood it. And I understand what you're saying, and I have no more questions about the threshold issue, and I apologize.
No, that's good.
So I just have a question. Was that a final C of O issued for the garage or a partial C of O issued for the garage portion of the larger building?
I'm not sure.
The question is then, well, actually, what I'm trying to get at is the original vesting, the 11332, did it apply solely to the garage building, or was it based on the new permit for the extra 5 stories of hotel?
Sorry to interrupt. I think the best way to think of this is don't think of it as the building, think of it as the use. Okay, because there is a building that at one point was just going to be a garage, but then was changed to be the transient hotel use. The issue that's really under review here is the transient hotel use. And so when you focus on the use, there was a permit that was issued, or an application was filed showing the hotel use. That was after the optional vesting deadlines of 3202. Then under 11331, a permit showing the hotel use was issued before the December 2021 hotel text amendment. So that use was vested under 331. But now under 332, we're past the 2 years. So we need to file this appeal in order to statutorily vest the use.
The reason why I'm asking is I'm not sure why the garage work then
30 within 30 days
counts towards the vesting of the hotels. That's where I'm a little confused, because you had no work done on the hotel at all, because the work, it doesn't appear as if anything has happened since 2017.
There has been work, but a lot of it has probably been soft costs as opposed to hard costs, and that's when we look at the expenses, but there's been permits filed, engineer review, architect reviews, the work has been done. I understand, you know, the expenses we have with respect to speed. Submitted to the record the 2017 you noted, but we would say though that as soon as the application was filed, indicating hotel use, it no longer became just a garage building, it became a development that included the hotel use. And I would say it's the same as, you know, think of it as an enlargement almost as opposed to development from ground up. But it's really the focus of the use that is the source of this appeal. However, we would maintain that as soon as plans change for the development to make this the garage and hotel, a development that had multiple uses within it, that foundation was then the work for the hotel use.
Right, but usually when you file an enlargement, you have to show work on that enlargement or complete it within 1 year. And so I'm just saying, could you give us information about the work and the money spent on the hotel portion?
I understand what you're saying, but I would also counter by saying that I don't know if we can really separate or if we're obligated to separate because this development is now has multiple uses. And we would maintain that the foundation work, because this was filed prior to the hotel text amendment, that foundation work was for both the garage and the hotel use.
I believe if you can give us the difference between a foundation system for a garage and the one that's good for a garage plus the hotel, would you take that as the cost spent towards the garage, the hotel portion?
I don't want to get into that partly because as the applicant is clearly.
Chair, could you speak closer to the microphone?
Sorry. I don't want to get into that for the reason being the applicant in its statement stated that they started with only with the garage. There was no intention to add another floor. They may have overbuilt the garage, that is possible.
Yeah.
But that was done unintentionally. So I think given that we have this on the record, I'm just a little uncomfortable having them provide that difference. But so for me, so it can go either way. And I think the situation is like you have a building that was built for a purpose. And now all of a sudden you're going to modify the purpose or you're going to add another use to this building. And you have the foundation built, so that makes it vested. And then it's built.
But the foundation was not for.
It was not for the hotel.
See,
Originally,
the way I see it is that you had plans for a garage and you built a garage, and then the garage was finished. Now you're saying you want to build the hotel on top of the garage, which would make the hotel an enlargement or an alteration of an existing building.
Right.
So to me, you would have to show at that point work done and money spent on that enlargement as if it were a traditional alteration that we would see. If we had an 11332 or 1 come before us for somebody who's just adding 3 floors on an apartment building or something like that, they would have to show work towards that permit and money spent towards that permit to vest that permit. But in this case, the last bit of money spent was in 2017 that he has given us so far. And the last bit of work, I assume, finished on 2017 when they made the payments towards the garage. So to vest the new permit for this alteration or change in use or in addition of use, I would think you would have to provide proof of work towards that and money spent towards that. Because it's not the same permit. You've now, because you've almost signed off on that garage. You basically have a C of O. You're like done, garage done. And if you weren't going to put the hotel in, you'd be fine. So that's what I'm saying. It's that new permit that's you gotta show us that you've done substantial work and made substantial expenditures for that new permit, which, as you said, you have soft costs, and so maybe you need to submit that information so that we could say, okay, you then started making progress towards that new permit that needs to vest.
I understand the question that you're raising. I would say that we can review the soft costs, but I would say at a core issue, one thing to note here is this was always the same new building application. It's the same job number when this was originally filed as it is today. So there hasn't been a change in job number. So this has been the same development the entire time. And we would contend that costs and expenditures and work completed towards this job number should all be counted from when it started, because it hasn't been a change. If we had changed job numbers, that would be a different situation. But we're here specifically to vest work under a particular permit for this job number, which is the one that ends 7-4. So we're not trying to vest a new permit. It's the same one that was originally filed. I don't know where my chronology is. That was originally filed back in 2013, 2202430774. So I understand the question you're asking, but I would also, respectfully respond that it's the same job number that's being sought to vest under this appeal.
I think Commissioner Otley Brown's comment is well taken, is that, and I think we're all struggling with this because partly this building is already a portion of the building that was supposed to serve its purpose has been built and is serving its purpose. And the fact that the same job number has been amended to allow for an enlargement of this building structure, to allow for a new use, which now gets affected by these regulatory controls, I think we should err on the conservative side of this assessment for the substantial completion expenditure, and that can be done through the soft costs and kind of make that argument. That's how I would go with it.
I'm reading it literally, all the things that I said before that were somewhat incorrect, but the thing that I still believe is that they got the permit, they were approved for hotel, the PW1 amendment to their new building prior to the effective date of the hotel text amendment. So when you read 331, the condition is that the foundations need to be completed. And it's clear that the foundations were completed, and that's what made me so convinced that 331 applied.
That they tested on the 331.
And as the applicant clarified, yeah, because the foundations and the first half of the building has been completed. And that was an approved hotel use and permitted prior to the effective date of the hotel text amendment. So in a very literal interpretation of 11331, it seems to me that it's quite clear that they've vested because the foundations are complete. And then pursuant to that in 332, as clarified by the applicant, then it's been 2 years and a month, so they need to, so it automatically lapsed, but only based on that initial criteria that the foundations were completed. So I guess it's hard to then start interpreting.
Well, but to get to the second step, you have to show progress, don't you? You have to show substantial work and substantial money expended to get to the 11332.
That's part of the finding of 11332. At the end, it says the board shall find that substantial construction has been completed and substantial expenditure made subsequent to the granting of the permit for work required by an applicable law for the use or development of the property pursuant to the permit. Now, if you're going to literally use 11332 in this case, just for the hotel portion and not for the garage portion, then we need to see the substantial expenditure made and expenses to the work that was for the work required by any applicable law for the use of the development, and that is in this case the hotel.
I have a question. When they filed to modify from a garage to a hotel, have they filed to amend the foundation plan?
No.
We did not because it wasn't required. And I would also note that the Department of Buildings approved and issued a work permit for the hotel use based on the foundation plan shown on those plans, which matches the existing foundation. So Department of Buildings issued a work permit based on the current foundation that was there. And I would state that even though there were plans, there was always a contemplation of a hotel, but the first record of it with respect to the application at the Department of Buildings, the first application filed was in August 2021. But the intent of the property owner was to always have this hotel, but that was the first filing on record, the August 2021.
Mr. Dale, I think it might be best served if we brief this in writing. I think it might be best served for us all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you need to clarify, to put that in the record.
Yeah.
So when they file, they don't need to amend the foundation. The foundations were good as they were back then. And then they got the permit. I believe they should have listed based on completion of foundation there, if the foundation was.
No, but I see what Commissioner Otley Brown is saying now that I read 133.11.332A. Because, in granting this extension, we need to find that substantial construction has completed and expenditures made subsequent to the granting of the permit.
Right.
For the work
And
required by.
subsequent to the grant
So
was
her whole point now, I'm
in August, so it's subsequent to
being
the grant
incredibly
of
dense
that.
today, but yes.
So
that would
I
be-
think you have the answer. You just need to rephrase it and provide a little bit more clarity. And I can believe the fact that original intent may have been to provide a garage with a hotel on top, because right next to is the Radisson Hotel, which also has a garage and then a hotel on top of it. And that may have been the proposal for the next one, but I guess you just thought that text will never come and you never have to worry about it, but it did come, and so you had to act on it very quickly. But please provide those clarifications, but I would also suggest that in addition to providing whatever you have in terms of expenditure from this very start of phase 1 to what it is, also provide that little window from the time of the grant for the phase 2, the expenses made.
Understood. We can review that issue. So, and I agree that I think it was Vice Chair Shabeta who said, like, doing this in writing is a good idea. We can do that. So what we'll do is we'll review our statement just to make sure it's clear, and then we can perhaps provide a supplemental chronology to sort of detail the path from 3202 to 11331 to 11332, and then we can review the issues of potential additional costs and soft costs associated with the hotel that happened subsequent to the issue of that permit within that timeline. So I clearly understand what's being set forth here, and I believe at this point it's just supplementing what's already in the record to help answer any outstanding questions that may remain for the board.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that that's a good summation. Thank you. Should we go to the public?
The screen up, Joe. Jella, you want to put the screen up? Or she may not be there.
Sorry, I'm here. Just please, I'm just having a little difficulty. 1 second, please.
I should take a snapshot of that screen this way. She doesn't have to bring it up.
I can read it out if that
No, I got it.
helps. I can just go to the top of the.
The case we're currently discussing is 2023-75 BZY. 750 Eastchester Road, the Bronx. Should you wish to comment, dial 646-518-9805 or 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 880-9401-3412 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. Mr. Dale, how long will it take for you to update the submission?
I believe that it's primarily the collecting of the information, a little clarity. I think we could do this by, I don't know if there's a submission date in early June, but I think that we could do that. I don't know if there's some submission date with a corresponding hearing date. And if we submit June 3rd or something around there, I don't know.
You want to submit it for June 3rd for June 10th? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, I don't know I don't have the hearing calendar in front of me. So if there's a corresponding hearing that would have a submission date in early June, that would be ideal. But again, we can be.
There is no.
Okay, there is none. I think the earliest is June 27th.
And
So
the submission date for that would be,
submission date is June 27th for July 15th. We only have one hearing in June, and that is the June 10th, 11, and the submission for that is May 23rd.
that might be a little tight. All right, we can do the, sorry, you said the July 15th and end of June submission. That would be perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no one has called in and raised their hands. So we'll continue this, right?
Thank you,
Great.
Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is item number 2024-01A, 2848 Farber Terrace, Queens. This is Sandy Anagnostou.
Oh, okay, I see her in the room. Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Anagnostou. Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Sandy Anagnostou, representing the applicant. I listened to the board's comments during the review session. I reached out to the community board. They are in the process of scheduling a land use zoning committee meeting this month and a full board meeting public hearing in June. I'll continue to follow up with them and advise the board of those dates once they're confirmed. We're awaiting DOT and DEP comments. We did receive initial DEP comments, which we responded to in our April 18th submission. And then subsequent to that, we received a couple more minor comments from DEP to verify the proposed street widening of Edgewater Road and the distance from the property to the existing sewer line and water lines, which we revised our plans to indicate that. And then I heard the comment from Commissioner Sheta regarding revising the plan to include the standard Board of Standards and Appeals note, which we will add. And we will also send the application to the Parks Department as Commissioner Yoon requested, since the site is adjacent to an existing park.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Let's then go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing now is 2024-01A, 2848 Farber Terrace, Queens. Should you wish to comment, dial 646-518-9805 or our toll-free number 875-475-4499. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 880-9401-3412. Press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone and in order to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
I think we will need time to make sure we have all the clearance from other city agencies. Let's try to either schedule it for July or August. Is that okay with you? Because we want to make sure all the agencies respond. I mean, we can be open on it. I don't think June is possible. Definitely June is not possible. Earliest would be July. We have 3 hearings, 2 in July and 1 in August. So any one of those, depending upon how we're getting the responses from the other city agencies.
I understand. I mean, July would be preferable. The owner is eager to start building.
Sure. Okay. So I think the best would be for the, this is Jeline, to coordinate with our project manager, and we'll try to schedule the hearing. For July 15th, the submission is June 27th, and for July 29th, submission is July 11th. I would say best is to do it for the second part of July. This gives enough room for all the city agency responses and the back and forth.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So we will try to schedule it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we can't close on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
There were no,
Thank you.
no callers and no speakers.
Thank you, Ms. Anagos, too.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 21, 2019-256 BZ, 1508 Avenue Z, Brooklyn.
Okay, I see Amanda Iannotti. Is there anyone else? I see Mr. Kevin Williams. I will let Mr. Williams in. Anyone else from your team, please raise your hand.
Barbara
Mark
Cohen.
Carson, Barbara Cohen,
Mark Cohen and Ling Yi.
and Ling Ji.
I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name. I apologize.
Okay, I think I just let all of them in.
Also on the attendees, Ivan.
Ivan Sherbak.
Sherbakov, yes, and
Done?
and Ling.
Yeah, did.
And we have
Oh, I thought I just.
Kevin Williams, Mark Carson, Barbara.
Stephen Ripa, also.
Okay, Stephen Ripa, okay.
Mhm. I think that you might have gotten everyone then.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll wait till everybody's hand is up. Sorry, everybody's in the room. Everyone, okay, everyone mute? Okay. You have to mute though, Mr. Sherbakov, sorry, with the pronunciations of names. Mr. Ripa?
Yes,
Okay, can you do a visual? Can you put your photo on?
hold on, trying.
Sorry. Mr. Gee, if you're gonna provide testimony, I need to swear you in. Mr. Miss G, I don't know. Who's that one? Stephen Ripa, okay. And the other person, Ling? Amanda, is that person tested?
Yeah, Ling is part of our team, yeah.
Can you unmute yourself, please, and
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, miss, sorry.
Yes, sorry.
I don't see you visually, though.
Yeah, I don't have the camera. Do I have to?
Well, okay. I don't know what else to say with that, but all right, let me swear everyone in. Do you raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. I do.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Amanda Ionati on behalf of the applicant. Joined today by Kevin Williams from GZA, Barbara Cohen, Ling G from Structural Engineering Technologies, Mark Carson from King's Capital Construction, Ivan Sherbakov from Cityscape Project Architects, and Dr. Ripa, the applicant. We want to thank the board for your patience and for your consideration of this application. We know there have been multiple adjournments, so we thank you for the time to get the application in its current form. In terms of MTA status, as you're aware, we significantly amended the SOE and foundation. We are going back to the TA to review it. But first we had to get confirmation that there was no transit easement required due to the transit for accessibility text amendments. So we submitted that request. We have confirmation that there is no easement required. So now we can resume our conversations with the TA, and that meeting is requested, but we do not have a date yet. In terms of small cleanup items, we will add flood notes to the drawings, and we will also update the programmatic statement document to be consistent with the current program of the proposed building. There were comments with regard to the full waiver of parking and justification for that in the C finding and in terms of the parking study. So I would introduce Kevin Williams from GZA to address that point.
Hi, Kevin Williams from GZA. I'll try to speak slowly if it's hearing a lot of reverb. So just very simply, we did do a parking study in the environmental assessment. We will summarize it to available parking resources in the field, add that to statement of facts. We do need to adjust the parking study to the current building utilization based on the size. We had left it previously in the EA as a worst case condition, but we will update that. There was enough available supply, not only between the DOT or the municipal lot a block away, but in terms of holistic on-street and off-street resources. So we will make that clear in the next submission and both reference to neighborhood character as well as impact as it relates to transportation and seeker. And then what I would like to do is hand this off to
Mr. Williams, I have a question. Is it just the MTA parking lot or there's another parking lot? Because DOT's letter was referring to another parking lot.
Yeah, so when you do a parking demand study per seeker or for the furtherance of a request for a waiver, you generally look at the walkable area and both the off-street and the on-street assets. And there were 3 separate parking lots that were within a quarter of a mile, as well as the on-street spaces. So we evaluated all of those. Obviously, we'll focus on the most proximate to the facility. So
I think one of the things probably in your statement narrative you should clarify is that this analysis was done primarily for those who will be working at this site.
Right. Yes, certainly.
And provide the analysis to back up that and that it's not those patients who will be coming and staying there.
Yes, Chair.
And the visitors, I don't know how frequent the visitors will be, even that. So please just break those 3 components up and indicate how the parking utilization overall will therefore be affected or not.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
So I want to hand this off to Ling. I know that she is not live, and if she's not able to testify, and maybe she'll back this up. So Commissioner Sheta, obviously we want to thank you for your pro bono engineering advice and guidance because it's real and impactful on the project. And I think it's gotten us to the least variance here. So I appreciate your comments and we tried our best to, I think, match your intuition in terms of the engineering. And I think it has resulted in a better project and one that is safer in terms of its response to the MTA assets. We did note your concerns regarding sort of the balancing between the left and the right side of the retaining wall and where there's mat and shallow piles. And also the comment regarding differential settlement. We will absolutely take a look at this closely. And the one aspect, Ling, can you hear me? Are you available?
Yes, I'm available.
Yeah, so if you wanted to add any to that, I know that there was a discussion that we did indeed have pile locations on the opposite side off of the berm, and maybe you want to just reflect on that for Commissioner Shutta briefly.
Yeah, so on the left side where we propose the mat foundation under the shear wall, we do have couple piles on when we are doing the settlement analysis. We want to make sure the whole mat is settled at the same level. Also, when we do the first floor slab settlement or deflection analysis, we have controlled the deflection of the first floor slab on the left side and the right side at the reasonable level.
You don't have to do, but if
We
you want.
do, yeah, we do consider that when we are designing it.
Do you want to share the screen and show me the piles? I haven't seen them.
Yeah, that's part of the analysis and the design of the first floor is part of the superstructure portion.
But you don't have the piles on the foundation plan?
Yeah.
We don't have like the detailed report for that, but we do consider that by putting additional reinforcement in the slab.
Okay. Okay, yeah, of course. Oh, Commissioner, and regardless,
That's your foundation plan. I haven't seen, just for the record, I haven't seen any piles on the foundation plan on the other side of the retaining wall. So one side is fully on piles, the other side is fully on grade. And it's not tied to the superstructure the way I would like it to be tied. This is not a requirement because I'm a professional engineer and I saw something. I'm saying something. At the end of the day, it's your building. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. But duly noted, we will follow up with a response to this, just to acknowledge considerations. And obviously, of course, MTA will have to approve this. But if we are to be considering sort of a differential hardship, I will discuss with as you noted, you have some issues with the existing sort of premium costs, versus the additional consideration of these considerations that you felt were warranted, which I do appreciate. So if we do go back and need to reevaluate the premium costs versus our considerations on the foundation side, obviously we will have to note that and account for those considerations if we do in fact deploy them in this set. But regardless, very much appreciate the guidance on this. I know it's above and beyond your pay grade. So Commissioner, appreciate your thoughts on this. And I guess to that point, Mark, if we could go to the premium cost, the differential between the proportionality and the as of right and the proposed.
Yes, so the main difference between the as of right and proposed is really related to finished spaces, whereas the as of right were.
Just hold on a second. We can't hear you because we lowered the room volume.
To try and stop the reverberation.
We were trying to stop the reverberation, so we lowered the room volume, but now we can't hear you, Mr.
Maybe he can raise
Carson. Can you speak a little bit closer to the mic? Maybe that can solve the issue.
Is that a little bit better? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the main difference between cost of the as of right versus proposed relates to finished spaces. On the as of right, we are required to provide 2 levels of parking, which does not really include a tremendous amount of finished space, such as finished ceilings, finished walls, flooring, etc. Within the proposed, we're adding essentially 4 floors of finished spaces. So the proposed would come at a higher cost because of that reason.
Okay, but why is that included in the premium costs and not in the regular construction costs? It's just cost to finish. How does that impact the premium hardship costs?
I would have to defer back and just kind of double check what my costs are overall. I believe the premium costs and the overall estimate of construction was based on the Marshall Swift proposal or the Marshall Swift program, which was put together by Barbara Cohen. But in regards to the overall cost of construction, I mean, it's all ties in together between HVAC and fire safety and additional items that would be considered for that.
The premium costs have to do with your hardship, your uniqueness, your subsurface issues. And all the other costs should be shifted into your basic hard costs, which are covered by Marshall and Swift. And I believe finishing should be in your base hard and soft costs. And I know you've included FF&E for your furnishings for the, the sleeping quarters and everything like that. So if you're including finishing, that really needs to come out of your premium costs.
Well, then maybe I misunderstood the question. If it's directly related to the numbers that were referenced, 7, 17, and 21, that all has to deal with time and scope of work for the project. Added square feet to the building, such as again, whether or not we have to apply for MTA, railroads, and shutdowns and things like that. If we're booming material up, if we're, for example, number 7, it's directly related to time to complete, because now for number 7 is related to monitoring and shutdowns of the MTA, I believe. An approved vendor is going to have to go out there and take measurements, because I don't believe the MTA allows us to do this remotely. So that's a physical person going out there, and that requires additional shutdowns of the MTA. If we're doing
and
a
I think
10-story building, that's going to take less time as opposed to doing an 11-story building.
Okay, so basically the difference in premium costs that aren't directly impacting that unit cost, that should be the same because the plans are the same in both situations in terms of the supportive excavation, is due to the time factor, as in larger building, more monitoring. Is that what you're saying?
It's longer period monitoring.
longer. Yeah.
It's a
For
longer.
this, now, here's the question, should that be in the premium costs? Because shouldn't it be the same amount of time to complete the supportive excavation in both situations?
No, not necessarily on the plans that were provided.
Hold on, can I just finish?
Yep, sorry.
If both plans for both buildings in terms of the subsurface hardship costs are the same, shouldn't it take the same amount of time to complete all of that supportive excavation and foundation work? Then the difference in time applies to the superstructure that rests on it, and that should be regular construction cost issues. That's my question.
Yes, let me clarify. The difference between the premium cost for the as of right is mainly coming from the duration of the 2 projects. I'll give an example, the monitoring. The TA require any applicant who's building, anyone who's building next to the TA to pursue monitoring from day 1 to the finish of the superstructure. For a building like this, for the as of right, the as of right is shorter than that other building, the proposed. So let's say it's gonna take a year to finish. The monitoring is initial installations for the monitoring devices, plus monitoring every month. There is a premium for each month. If this is gonna take a year, so you're gonna have the initial cost plus 12 times whatever premium per month. If for the proposed, you're gonna have the initial installation, which might be the same because of the extent of the foundation, more or less are the same. But because the period for the proposed building to finish is probably a year and a half or maybe a year and 4 months. So it's instead of 12 times, it's 16 times. That's why it's a bit more. On some other, I did look at the differences and I see difference-wise, I don't have an issue with the figures, but I do have an issue with that absolute figures. For example, like I said, one of the items that says we need to drain the water because of such and such, I don't buy that. But when you look at the proportionality between the as of right and the proposed, they do make sense with just one exception, which is the glare on the facade. If you look at the two elevations and you look at the ratio of the surface area that you're covering, it's not the same ratio as the cost in the proposed to the cost in the as of right. But for the other items, I believe they make sense.
Could you just write that for me?
Yes.
Make that a
resubmission.
Yeah, as I understand it, that there is that associated monitoring until the entire structure is built, providing all the necessary protection and keeping TA completely appraised of any shift or anything that happens during the construction, because during the construction, there can be settlement, and that's really what they're monitoring for. Okay.
That's consistent with my experience. I mean, I'm the one who brought up the specific notes, 17, 17, and 21, and I was just questioning the actual proportion because in the as of right, you have a 9-story building, and in the proposed, you have an 11-story building, but the amount of monitoring seems to jump up a lot for 2 extra smaller floors. So, and $100,000 in the grand scheme of things is not a big deal, but I also didn't understand the proportion of how it jumps up for this facade system. When again, unless you're saying that the parking areas have different facades and don't have, it's just not explained, the jump between, and it's not proportional to the amount of floor area that's being added or proposed. And that was my question. I don't think we're talking about huge dollar amounts, but some explanation of why the proportions are different given, or why they don't relate to the proportion of floor area being proposed or increased, or facade area being increased. That would help me understand. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Commissioner, one thing, if I may, I think there's some misunderstanding of what's a hardship and what's a delta between the as of right and proposed. Because everything that's in the left column that you're looking at on as of right are actually proportions of hardships associated with the site. So, you know, you still have to, and what we're demonstrating here is that the as of right is not feasible, given that you have to place this structure over a berm, that you have to partially remove part of this retaining structure. So that is part of the hardship. This is as Commissioner Sheta noted, the shape of the site, and just the fact that it's adjacent to the rail is not make it unique, but this constellation of factors, along with the fact that basically the site is serving as a structural berm, combined with the narrowness of the lot, these types of factors that have to be included in here, like construction and engineering of a ramp in order to go to the top of the retaining wall would not otherwise be required. And it is $750,000 in both cases. So the site prep is the same. That does not diminish it as a hardship. I want to make that note, and Commissioner Yoon, that I know that wasn't your question. Yours is kind of a different variety here than Commissioner Otley Brown's. I don't want us to lose sight of what I just noted.
I think that we're probably all aware that the premium on the as of right is the hardship that you're tabulating for the as of right. We're all aware of that. I am just questioning the proportional difference between the proposed and the as of right. I understand there's a hardship and there's a premium associated with that hardship, even for the as of right condition. I'm just questioning the differences that are highlighted in red. And I think just some discussion of why the proportions don't relate. Or
Yeah,
why-
so on number 4, the SOEs actually, you know, I documented as more expensive in the as of right than the proposed.
Don't list this one as one I had a question on.
Yeah, and
I can
maybe
elaborate
Mark
on that
can
if you'd like.
explain that. Yeah, and the $100,000 difference, like, so the time that it takes to fit out and complete the bottom 3 stories of the site, plus the additional 2 stories on top, which is basically more than half of the project cost. And granted, it's not apples to apples, but that $100,000 differential, given that, you know, the fit out, the access of vehicles, the construction required, the duration, you know, but anyway, I don't want to belabor this. Commissioner Yoon, what we'll do is we'll go item by item, try to provide an explanation for this, probably better than trying to litigate out the differences on the fly. But so we understand your comments.
Actually, both questions, both Commissioner Yoon's and mine, are actually related
Yeah.
because the cost, the proportionality issue is what's affecting the unit cost per square foot overall, which is a question I had, which is when you take your total premium costs, if you're keeping them the same, when you divide by the gross square footage, you should end up with the same cost factor. If you have issues with proportionality that aren't exactly related to square footage, that's where you're gonna have those deviations. And she's asking a similar question to me.
Yeah.
Highlight those and explain why. That's all. So if you take all of your costs, you could do it very easily. You just put the cost on the left side and the right side, divided by the gross square footage. If you got a different unit cost, then you need to explain.
Explain it.
Right, and
Got
that's,
it.
and to solve both of our problems.
Right, parking floors are cheaper to build, we understand that, but just put it into the
Yep,
explanation.
understood, both
Thank you.
commissioners, thank you. And then,
I'm next.
Barbara, it's on to you to discuss the difference
as of
between
right.
the costs, yeah.
Yeah, so the as of right plan actually changed slightly. From it was an 8-story building, and in this version it's a 9-story building. The other things that changed from that prior as of right is the parking was on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor, where in this version there is no parking on the 1st floor. But it's on the 2nd and 3rd floors. So the square footages are different, and the methodologies are the same, and the cost factors are the same when you are taking out the parking area from the base community facility cost. So that's one thing. And then, of course, the building height changes a bit. The floor height adjustment also changed a little bit in terms of how tall the floors were. Trying to think what else. The number of rooms in the fixtures changed from 44, 49. So there, you know, a number of factors that changed between the 2 plans that reflect the difference in the Marshall and Swift costs for the as of right.
And again, on this item, you will submit in writing, you know, those costs that account for the delta. But basically applying this foundation system, which doesn't allow any ground floor, requires a vehicle elevator and different circulation, and that's an additional floor of program.
Yeah, you could write all
Yeah.
of that in. That would be.
Yeah.
So that just to make sure, the 1.7 million hard cost increase is still in play.
Not if they just provide me the information.
Yeah, if they
Provide me that information that just
Yeah.
explains it, then that's fine.
Okay, that's good. So, if it's up to me, I wouldn't care about updating the hardship cost premium. If you're gonna update them, please do me a favor, take item number 10 out.
Oh, yeah, the waterproofing, the water discharge element, and I understand that was.
Submission.
Yes, so Commissioner Shedd, I'm sorry, I know that, that element was distasteful. I think our estimator was just trying to be comprehensive, but understood, yes, that's sort of like an orange amongst apples, so.
And I would say use this opportunity to go through everything and whatever you're hearing and just correct all the numbers. And wherever the numbers need correction, just provide an explanation. So that when we are comparing, we know where the changes happen and why those changes were necessary.
Yes, I think we have a very good roadmap, and we will revisit the hearing session to make sure we are the review to make sure we have everything correct. The last item, Commissioner, I think Shetta asked, and the board in general asked about the time with MTA and where we're at. So, and this will bear on our requests for the next hearing. Amanda, did you cover this in your preview? I couldn't hear all of it.
Not in terms of timing, just that we received confirmation about the transit easement and now can move forward again with TA.
Yeah, we wanted to wait to make sure that in essence, the approach, obviously, we have some loose ends to tie up, is correct, and we've already been in communication with the TA. We have to go to MTA Real Estate first to basically demonstrate that the structural approach, the foundation SOE approach is in conformance with the easement. Then it will go back to adjacent construction, Muhammad Apple, to review the plans and get a sign off. So, and I just wanted to give you a status on that. So there's a little bit more time. Obviously, we have some open seeker items. We have 24-hour noise monitoring to complete. We also have been in the middle of discussions with MTA on movement of the bus stop that will have to be further, processed with them. So we have some, additional items here to finalize.
You're not at the TA yet. You haven't submitted like any of these foundation/SOE drawings to them yet?
It has been, but we were asked to kind of, because of the easement issue, we had to kind of add in an additional step. They asked us to clear the site related to zoning for transit accessibility, which we did, so now kind of almost contemporaneous with the hearing, they're now allowing us to submit the plan. So we are certainly behind the gun, Commissioner Shetta, here in terms of timing, but this is where we're at.
I would seriously advise you guys to retake a look at the way that you're dealing with the retaining wall before you go to them. If you go with that, I have a big doubt that they're gonna.
Certainly.
Yeah.
I take all of your advice to heart, and so does our engineering team, and we will absolutely be looking at that in detail before we do a final submission to them.
Okay. All right. And I think you need to also respond to the issue of the findings related to parking. And that has to be not only in the secret document, but you need to work that into the statement. And in your statement, also discuss why the current regulation and the current site constraints, actually, it's really the current site constraints, site conditions, the hardship makes it not possible for you to provide parking. And that kind of got lost. We understood what you were saying, but it's not carried in your narrative.
Yeah,
that's one of the things we always ask. If you're asking for a waiver of the regulation, you need to also justify why that waiver cannot be done. I think quite a bit went into the programmatic part of it and the hardship, but the two didn't get connected.
Yes, understand.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? I really do want to thank my commissioners. They have really put in, dug into this application and went through it and have provided very thorough, creative, thoughtful suggestions to make this project better, safer, and help you meet the findings. So please do take the advice. And I know you are taking the advice of our expertise here. So
I
you know,
agree wholeheartedly. I mean, I very much appreciate this board, you know, working in front of boards throughout this region, New Jersey, Connecticut. Really, the technical advice that comes from every commissioner here is unique, and has helped move this project forward, and we very much appreciate it.
thank you. And we are giving you all the, thank you for that. I mean, we want this to succeed. We do recognize this can be a good project, but you need to meet the findings. And as you know, there are always precedents, and we don't want this to set a precedent that can derail another project. Because this is, as Commissioner Sheta pointed out, this is so very unique, because not just its proximity to the subway and the unusual, the site condition, flooding, but also that you have an embankment, you have this retaining wall, all of that makes this site extra unique. And so that very uniqueness of this site is what really wanted to contain and keep it to, and not get exploited in any other projects. Okay, let's go to the public.
Got it? Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 2019-256 BZ, 1508 Avenue Z, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805. Or our toll-free number, sorry, our toll-free number, which is 880-9401-3412, and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, 888-475-4499 is our toll-free number. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 880-9401-3412 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room, to unmute if you're calling it on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay, so if I understand it, now the next step will be for you to go to MTA, and based on that, and all our, first of all, you'll need to revise your drawings, as Commissioner Sheta pointed out, the retaining wall component. And then the suggestion is, after that, you would have to go to MTA before you can come back to us. Is that the sequencing?
Yeah, I mean, I think we would like to consider that so that we do not, obviously there's some matters and loose ends that we need to tie up. So I think Amanda and I had discussed, I think 3 months, that would at least be able to get us in front of TA. And in the meantime, we could have a submission to this board to clear up all of the additional items. And then hopefully the two of those elements would commune. Obviously TA may take longer, but there are a number of secret items that are open, as well as a number of elements on the findings. So I mean, I sort of leave it to the board. I would say a minimum of 3 months here. We've been trying to make sure, I think this would only be the third hearing. We've been trying not to take up too much of the board's time while we try to figure out how to proceed most effectively with this project. So we kind of like to stick to that, whether you think that it's worthwhile to tidy up all of the BSA matters, even if TA is still making a final review and determination of the plans, then we can go that route, which you know, what maybe won't take as long if you would like us to wait until we have full sign off or, you know, what do you call it? Sort of preliminary sign off from TA. That may take a bit longer, you know, so.
Yeah, I don't typically, in such cases, we don't wait for an MTA.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Right, so it's really making sure everything that you would need for our sign off, that would also work for your submission for MTA would be
Right.
the, but you did mention that you have to go to MTA, so I was trying to figure out when would that.
Yeah, we're trying to get to real estate immediately to clear up the, we'll call it the foundation item related to the easement and basically indicate that this is the minimal amount of disturbance and most strictly in line with the terms of that 1961 easement. So I would say within 3 months then the hearing and
So I think we're looking at then, we're in June, July, August. August submission is July 25th. And the next one is September 9th, 10th, and the submission for that is August 22nd. Should we say August 9th? That would give you a lot of time.
yes, and make sure we get the job done right. And, you know, make sure the board is.
Yeah, you
pleased with
guys
this
are getting
submission.
closer. You're getting closer.
So September 9th hearing?
Yeah, let's do September 9th hearing. And if there is any change you need to push it out, please let our project manager know so that we can free up the calendar for another application.
Yes.
Okay. Any other question? We did call the public, right?
We did call the public. No one raised their hands or called in.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank
everyone.
you all.
Thank you.
Final case 2021-17 BZ 8719 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens.
This would be Nasir Khanzada. I see there. Okay. Who is Diane Vigiano?
Had a appeared on fingerboard in opposition.
Yeah.
Oh, but it was deferred.
No, fingerboard was deferred.
Yeah, fingerboard was deferred. Ms. Vigiano, fingerboard was deferred. You can go to our video and we have not taken a decision on it yet.
And you're welcome to testify on this
The
last.
item was closed, so you can
Yeah.
submit.
You're welcome to testify on 8719 Rockaway Boulevard, if that's why you're here.
Okay, ready?
All right.
Is there anyone else with you? No? Mr. Gupta, Mr. Khanzada? No? Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Nasir Khanzada, I'm the applicant. D. Walker Gupta for the applicant. So we listened to the review session this morning. And we want to apologize for
Oh, sorry, we lost the audio.
having to reopen the case. Basically,
Can
it
you
was our
start
fault.
all
We
over?
didn't
There
realize
was a
that the
brief
tanker truck.
freeze, so we couldn't hear what you said.
Sure.
Start all over, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. We listened to the review session this morning. I wanted to apologize for having to reopen the case. Basically, we didn't realize that the tanker truck normally enters via 88th Street rather than Rockaway Boulevard. And then when we did realize it was only right before, it was after the case had already been closed. So we had to ask the case that the case be reopened so that way we could maintain the curb cut on 88th Street, because the tanker truck, it's a lot easier for the tanker truck to enter the site using the curb cut on 88th Street rather than Rockaway Boulevard.
Okay.
There was a question about the planting. The plantings on both the planting beds along 88th Street and along the back wall, both of those are in-ground planting. The concrete was broken up before they created the sides of that planting bed, so it is in-ground, and we do have it's not just a 1 foot planting bed, it's in-ground.
Okay, so but it seems from the photographs, there's like a brick wall along the planting bed, which is about like a foot high from the asphalt.
Yes. Yeah. We
So you
purposely
have
did
some
that, so.
below
we
grade and
purposely-
some above grade?
We purposely did that so they don't have to put the garbage inside, they don't put the chair, table on it, so it's dedicated flower bed, so they will maintain it that way. If it's only a curb, then they fill it up, they do other things, so this way it's very dedicated flower bed.
Okay, so then just revise the plan because I think your plan is not corresponding with what you have built. And since you're making these corrections anyway, so just make it consistent.
Okay, we'll make sure to show that it's about 1 foot above grade and 3 foot below grade along the back wall, and then the 88th Street planting bed, it's more shallow, but it's 1 foot above grade and then 1 foot below grade, I think.
Okay.
Okay, so it is raised, but it's, okay.
And yeah, I can see this to be a good solution. It serves both as a curb and also as a deterrence for somebody to sit there because it's not a grade. I can see that as being, but I just want to make sure it's consistent with the plan because plan shows it's at grade and there are these wheel stops, so which is very different. So since you're here, you might as well just fix it so the next board knows exactly what this current board has reviewed and approved.
Yeah, we'll fix it. And then there was a question about the air vacuum, the air pump and vacuum. So the air pump, there was a combination air pump vacuum machine. It used to be located at the intersection of 88th Street and Rockaway Boulevard. It's been removed from that intersection and it's now located at the end of the 88th Street planting bed. The plans originally showed that we were proposing it in the middle of that 88th Street planting bed. But there's already a concrete base at the end of the planting bed, so we'd like to keep it over there.
Okay, I'm just gonna share the plans that we're all looking at the same thing. Because if I understood the chair correctly in her statement, she was saying that this was an improvement, but I might be thinking of the wrong.
Yeah, I actually thought it was going into the middle.
Yeah, it's proposed to be in the middle so that it isn't next to this curb cut.
Yeah, that's what I took away from the improvement because this shows as if it's moving exactly where that arrow Commissioner Yoon is pointing at, and not at the edge because that way you're not in the way of vehicles entering from 88.
So I'm just gonna pull up. This is the before. Okay, so yeah, this is the one where you're proposing to keep it here at the end of the planting bed.
That's right.
Okay. I see. Okay, so that, okay, so you're going to not
it's
move
gonna
it
end
to the
up
middle.
here.
That is correct, yes. That's it.
I think the ideal location is in the middle, but if you can't do it,
Actually, that blocks the entrance to the repair shop. Every time anybody is vacuuming the car, he is blocking the repair shop. So we rather move it to the front.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there was a question about the, oh, sorry, and then the other air pump, that's going to be located along the other planting bed. It hasn't been installed yet, but there's already a concrete base for it. So that's just going to be an air pump only, no vacuum.
Okay.
And then
any update on the trash enclosure?
So the trash enclosure, there were some delays in getting it approved by the DOB, but we do have the plans approved by the DOB now, so we can go ahead and get the permits and get it installed.
If you want, we can email you the approved plan for the trash enclosure from building department.
Yeah, if you can submit that, that would be great.
Sure.
Yeah. And what's the timeline for getting timeline to build the structure? I mean, this is the perfect time. It's summer.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. We should have it. We can probably get it done in like 3 weeks or so.
Okay. Yeah. In your submission, please provide a timeline.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Okay, let's go to the public then.
Mhm. What's that? Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2021-17 BZ, 8719 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or 888-475-4499, our toll-free number. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 880-9401-3412 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to call, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to be heard. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Mr. Kanzada, how long will it take for you to make these revisions and provide additional information regarding the timeline?
We can do in maybe 1 week or 2 weeks, not much. We have only maybe 1 hour work. I just need 1 or 2 weeks time. That's it.
Okay. I don't think the end of May would be possible. We can put this on for June.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Commissioners, are you okay with closing it and no more changes, please? No more changes.
Agreed.
No more changes.
No more changes.
Okay. Whatever we spoke stays, right? You run it by your client and yeah, okay.
And if you could just submit some updated photos of
Yeah.
where we are with planting there, because the most recent one shows an empty bed. And also with the trash enclosure and the relocation of the vacuum.
Yeah, maybe by then we should have the trash enclosure installed also because it's more than 2 weeks.
Okay. Okay, all right. 2 weeks, June, and I make a motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay,
That concludes
this
today's.
concludes the public hearing for May 6, 2024. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you.